Starting my recording. Looks good. I can see myself in the Twitch Stream Manager. All right. We're rolling. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cut yesterday's stream a little shorter, or a little short, because my head was just a little, I think I had maybe too much coffee, not enough to eat, so it was really hard to think. So I took a break, got a little bit of exercise, and then I didn't come back online yesterday, but I did a little bit of thinking about all of this progress meter stuff, and I think I came up with a new solution that we'll implement today. Got an offline follow, Luan V. Pereira. Luan V. Pereira. I assume that's how it should be pronounced. So thank you for the follow, Luan. I appreciate it. Yes, so yesterday we're tweaking the let's refresh here. Yesterday we were tweaking the animation a little bit in the indicator. Weemy in the chat was posting some equations and stuff, so we were messing around with that, having some fun. And what else did we do? We started working on our new, so I wanted to have the bubbles you've popped before you go to the next checkpoint. I want them to shrink up there like that, like they're doing up there. So we added that in, and then we started, and then after that, we started to figure out how we want to get rid of those bubbles. Because as of right now, when the bubbles get destructed, after you make it to a new checkpoint, the bubbles get destructed and they disappear immediately. So we started to work on an animation for those bubbles that get destructed. And so you can see there, they just disappear. Now I started working on an animation. Well, I was working on the animation yesterday during the stream, and I just removed it this morning because I'm going to kind of overhaul how things work a little bit now with this whole progress section. So right now, the progress section is kind of a mess. I mean, it's relatively straightforward, but there's just a lot of loops and little things that are happening, and it's just going to be kind of a nightmare to change down the road, or just it's going to be difficult to kind of tweak. So I was spending some time thinking about it, and basically, the kind of problem I have with it is like there's sort of these, bubbles that have to be like cycling through here. So I've got an array of our marathon progress bubble objects here, and they animate around. They have to animate around to, based upon what's happening here in the game, right? And I came up with a nice way to sort of save the properties of all these, but I want to take it a step further by having take it a step further by having a little more of a formal system for this. Because right now, like if we look at the code for this, it's kind of crazy, crazier than I'd want it to be for something that should be relatively just simple. So right now, we have our set target bubble ID. So this is our progress meter object. So that is the object that represents this section here. And it's the one keeping track of what to show and what animations to fire and everything like that. So basically the way it works is we've got this method called setTargetBubbleID. And that is called by the marathon object, which the marathon object is the one keeping track of what bubble needs to be popped, keeping track of all the bubbles, and that's kind of like the main game state logic object. So that's kind of the master that knows everything that's going on. So basically it just tells the progress meter, okay, there's a new target bubble ID. So that new target bubble ID can either be, if the player pops a bubble, that means the new target bubble ID was whatever the last target bubble ID is plus 1, right? Our target bubble IDs are just incrementing integers up, right? So 0 is the very first one. So as we go, as we play and pop bubbles, we're just incrementing up 1, basically, right? But if you mess up, you go back to the previous checkpoint. So that means you're going back to potentially 1, if you pop bubble 0 and then you pop and then you mess up, you just go back to 0. So you go back just 1 bubble in that case, because your target was now 1 after you pop 0, but now your target goes back to 0, right? So you kind of go -1. But potentially, it could be, that number could be however many bubbles you have in a checkpoint -1. It could go negative that many. So worst case, you've popped 0, 1, and 2, and you're trying to pop 3, but then you mess up. So now you're going back 3 bubbles, right? Because once you pop bubble 3, then you go to the next checkpoint. So the going back is where things just are a little trickier, because you could go back just 1, you could go back 2, you could go back 3. So my idea now is to kind of have an array. Well, we have our bubble props array, or object, sorry. It's an object, and it does have an array in it, or a couple arrays now. Marathon creator. Okay. So we have our bubble props object here. And this is the one thing that I added that really made things a little nicer. Or really helped kind of get things, but I feel like I need to take this idea a step further. So right now, the bubble props is basically an array or an object that has either properties that are objects or properties that are more arrays. And in fact, this one shouldn't even be used anymore. Except I am still using it, but we're going to get rid of it anyway. So basically what we added yesterday was this new popped array. So the bubble props is basically just keeping track of what should be the Y position of a given bubble, the radius, the size of the bubble, and the alpha value of the bubble. And it saves that for all these different states, right? Like, so it's keeping track of when you pop, it's keeping track of the bubble radius that's supposed to be there, like the bubble here, that's in the bubble props. That's a property in this visible array here. So we've got a 0 bubble. We've got bubble 0 in the visible array. It has its Y position, its R, its radius, and its alpha value, right? Which is 1 because it's completely visible. And then we've got, bubble 1, and then bubble 2 here. So we store those properties in this object because then we've got a whole list of every bubble, an array of every bubble, and then we just figure out which one needs to go to, needs to be animated to a certain set of properties, a certain size, a certain whatever. So I liked this idea, but I need to take it a step further, I think. So my idea now JSG Snowball 335. Want to become famous? Oh wow, okay. That's a little spammy or something there. I don't really know what to do about that comment. I'll just leave it in there for now. So so my idea now is to take our bubble props and kind of not, it will no longer be an object that keeps track of the popped bubble positions and the visible positions, right? So this visible array represents the properties for each of these, right? So there'd be 3 of objects in this format representing each of these bubbles. And then the popped array represents the bubbles when they're popped up here. So I'm thinking of taking this a step further, and I drew my notes last night. Once my head cleared, I was kind of drawing this kind of crazy thing. But basically what I want to do is, instead of an object like this, just turn this into one big array. And then it would just be an array of all the properties, right? So this property format is still going to stay here. So the y position, the radius, the alpha value, right? That's still going to stay. But then basically this big array, well, it's not going to be a big array. It's going to be like an array of... Bet Kitty, when will the game be ready to play? I would like to try it out. We'll see. We'll see when it'll be ready. You're watching me, I guess, huh? I think you're the only one watching me, Bet Kitty. My wife is Bet Kitty. Believe it or not. But the game will be ready at some point. Believe it or not. I don't know what I mean. It's all right. Thanks for watching, though. It's okay. So what I was saying is these are all going to be combined into one big array. And then I'm going to just simply, this array, every time, like this method that gets called on our progress meter, the set target bubble ID, we get the new ID of the bubble. This line here where we calculate the difference. So whether, you know, if the player popped a bubble, this diff would end up being just 1. Right? Because it would be ID of whatever our previous target bubble ID is, right? So if you're on bubble 0 and or if you just popped bubble 0, your new ID is going to be 1. So then this would just be 1 minus 0 equals 1, right? So our diff would be 1. Anytime we're moving forward, popping a bubble, a single bubble, that's going to be 1. But going back, it could be any negative number less than, you know, between the number of one less than the number of checkpoints, the number of bubbles in a checkpoint. So in our case with 4 bubbles in a checkpoint, minus 3, it could be a number from -1, -2, or -3, right? Because that's how far back we need to unwind. Now the code for this, so basically I have an if statement right here. If diff equals 1, so that means if the player popped a bubble and we're going forward 1. And then I have all this code to fire off the animations just for that, right? So these are all different cases to handle the bubble going, like this bubble getting slid up. That's the very first thing here. And then there's a loop to handle these 2 bubbles sliding up into the next position, right? And then there's a check for that purple bubble that's invisible down here to slide up. So there's just, it's like a case by case for all the different things. And my goal right now is I can just get rid of all of that by basically storing all those properties in the array, in this array. And then this array will basically, the array of properties will just kind of shift along with the bubbles. So you pop one bubble, so our array of properties will slide down, and then it will match up with the next bubbles in line, if that kind of makes sense. And then likewise, if you go negative, then I just shift that array back, however many we need, and then loop and apply fire off the animations for all the bubbles as they require them. So that, right off the bat, there'll be a little bit of like some duplicate calculation that kind of doesn't happen in here, but at the end of the day, I feel like this is going to be a much more efficient thing. Oh yeah, so this is just the code to handle if the player goes forward. Then if you pop the bubble, then this whole section here is just to handle if we're going negative. And I mean, the amount of code is not that big a deal, but it's more complicated and messy. It feels like I'm kind of handling things piecemeal rather than more of a well, yeah, it just feels like I'm handling all the little cases individually rather than I could just kind of simplify and do a more just kind of a better whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. So we can get started now then, building out that array of properties. So I want to have an array that would have basically our array should look something like the 0 element of this properties array. Whoops. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this array would be dynamic. The number of elements depending upon the number of bubbles we have here, depending on the number of bubbles in a checkpoint. Like, so it will grow, and all of that is going to be configured in our Marathon creator file here, where all of the positions, the actual values and positions need to get calculated. So yes, so basically this would be popped 0. This would be popped 1. This would be popped 2. Popped 3. Unpopped 0. Unpopped 1. Oops. Unpopped 2. And then unpopped hidden. And there's only going to be one of those. So what that is referring to is like these first 4 are going to be all the popped bubbles in the checkpoint. So you can have 4 bubbles, and these 4 are going to be basically to determine the size of this, how many popped properties we're going to need. It's going to be the number of bubbles in our checkpoint. It's going to be equal to that. The number of unpopped bubbles here, these are the visible ones. So that represents these 3 visible ones here, which come directly from our config file here, this.marathon progress meter.bubble count, right? So the number of target bubbles to show. So yes, and then unpopped hidden is just going to be a single element that represents the rest of the bubbles that you haven't popped yet. So that would be those invisible ones, meaning where I'm getting the hidden from. That would represent the purple there that just slid into that last slot, that last unpop2 slot. So basically you'd have like unpop0 represents the properties for this bubble, unpopped1 represents the properties for this bubble, unpop2 represents the properties for this bubble. And then the popped ones up here are when they go small, when they get small like that, right? So then basically this array is always just going to get shifted based upon what bubbles there are. So right off the beginning of the game, as we start, this array is going to be set up at unpopped 0 is going to be bubble 0, right? So they're going to be aligned that way. So I'm going to have a variable that is kind of like an offset for this. So that would be like its position amongst the bubbles array, right? But then basically what this will do is it will just vastly minimize this amount of like more tedious code that we've got here. Because basically it'll be like, okay, we're just going to shift this whole properties array to some new offset amongst of all of our bubbles that we have. You know, there's 100 bubbles, right? So this array is just going to be shifting based upon the player playing, right? And then basically the properties are just going to apply to whatever bubble there is. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I've had too much coffee, but it should just be brief. Oh, let's make that bigger there, huh? And then make that, there we go. All right. And we're back. All right, so the somewhat more annoying part is going to be that everything's kind of oriented off of this initial, well, okay, so the visible, I should say, these visible bubbles need to get calculated first, the positions and everything. Because they're centered up with the screen. And so that's kind of some math and everything that happens. And then these bubbles up at the top are basically just kind of offset of that, of wherever the positions are of this, right? So this whole thing just is going to be centered up on the screen. Whoops. And then so these get calculated first, then we calculate positions of the little ones. And finally that hidden, the invisible hidden one gets calculated as well. So All right, so, but basically I'm calculating all those positions and everything already. I just need to start putting them into this new array, which another thing I'm going to be doing is currently this whole section is kind of called the progress section, progress bar, but I think I'm going to call it the navigation section. So wherever I'm using the word progress, that's going to get changed to like nav or something now. For now, I'm going to leave it, but I'll start using the new nav nomenclature right now for this. So where I'm calculating our current existing bubble props, which will be going away, I'm going to now use const nav. I'm just going to call them nav bubble props. Oops. And this will be an array. Just an empty array to start. So we're going to have to do some funkier array adding things here. Because first these unpopped bubble positions get generated first. And then these get created based upon whatever this like unpopped bubble 0 is. So these are going to be the first, basically the loop that handles these is going to do the first pushing into this array. And then the other, so these will get pushed into index 0, 1, and 2 of this array. And then I'm going to have to push these popped ones in on top of that. So there might be another way. I might end up actually just like putting these in their own individual arrays and then merging them into the one array at the end. We'll see. We'll see what I think is best here. Okay, so this first one in here is calculate visible bubble props. So that is our unpopped. That's these three, the unpopped, which I'm calling unpopped now rather than visible because now our popped. I used the word visible before because the popped bubbles used to also be invisible, but now I'm just calling them popped. And I'll call these other ones unpopped and then unpopped hidden for the ones that are actually off screen or invisible and haven't been slid on screen yet. So I don't need this anymore. Oh, close the whole terminal there. I don't need this terminal here. Okay. All right, so we're looping for each. We're setting the initial size. Okay, so this is also setting up the initial sizing for these progress bubbles. So this progress meter bubbles, which will now just be nav meter or just nav bubbles maybe. The actual positions of the initial ones get set. So when they get initialized, the first bubbles in the game get initialized and set up here, right? So, and then the properties that we had calculated get pushed here. So now basically we can just do our new nav bubble props dot push, and then we'll push this same object here, or it's not the same object, but it's the identical. Otherwise, the properties are identical. So we've got nav bubble props dot push. Excellent. So we've first filled in. At this point, we'd have now filled in these three properties, except right now they're at index 0, 1, and 2, and it's just a 3-element array, right? So we need to now shift or unshift these other values, which pushes them into the front. Because every time you do array.push, you're pushing a value onto the end of the array, which is what's going on here. nav bubble props.push. So here we've got calculate popped bubble props, which we added yesterday. And then, so this is going to need to be, oh, and we calculate it up. Oh yeah, actually this works great here. Because all we're going to do is bubble props, oh, sorry, our new one, nav bubble props dot unshift. Yeah, this works great. Better than I, for some reason, thought. Oh, this new object here. Okay. So now, at this point, we would have unshifted, and this loop goes backwards. So it calculates the position of what the little popped bubble would be here, and then the one above it, and then the one above it here, right? But that's kind of reverse order in our array, because 0 is going to be up here, then 1, then 2, or whatever, however many numbers we end up having. So, but now, this should be great. We should have, this will push the popped, or unshift the pop positions in there first, because it's going to unshift 3 first. So at first, our array will just be these unpopped positions in array position 0, 1, and 2. And then pop 3 will get unshifted first onto the front. Pop 2 will get unshifted next. Pop 1 unshifted, then pop 0 finally. And that will be, so pop 0 will be array index 0 of our array finally. That's great. And then unpopped hidden is right here. And oh, there's hidden popped, which is going away. In fact, I'm going to delete it right now because nothing should be using that. And I will, obviously, I'll go back and delete this old bubble props stuff, all of that and everything too. Or rename whatever needs to be renamed, because here it's used for a variable calculation. So, yeah, some of that stuff will need to be cleaned up. But for now, we're going to leave it. So, okay, we've got bubble props hidden unpopped, but this will just be our new nav bubble props dot push, because we're pushing this now to the end of the array, and it will be this object here. So as far as the actual values and everything, we don't need to calculate anything differently. We're just storing it in a different array, in a different format than we had been storing it before. So that will give us our nav bubble props, and we should be good. Oh, I do want to tweak one thing. What we were doing yesterday is we were making nav bubble props, or we were making our bubble props array equal to, we were making this number of popped positions equal to the amount of bubbles in a checkpoint minus 1. So in our case with 4 bubbles per checkpoint, we were doing just 1 less than that. But now I've decided, for an animation perspective, because that was one of the issues I was running into at the end of the day when we were trying to, end the day yesterday, where I was trying to get rid of the old checkpoint bubbles. I wasn't super happy with how it was looking or how it was going to work. But now I'm going to be storing basically all 4 bubbles of that previous checkpoint are all going to be small up at the top, and then they're going to go fade away. So when you pop that last bubble before the checkpoint, that bubble will shrink, and then the whole thing will slide off. All of the pop bubbles will slide off. And I haven't figured out exactly how I want to do that yet. But this system should just make things a little more straightforward with that, which is good. So, that being said, I want to, so I am doing, okay, visible bubble props. Here is where we're calculating the pop bubble props, and this is set to the checkpoint interval -1. So basically, I'm just going to be getting rid of this -1. So now instead of, in our case with 4 bubbles per checkpoint, instead of 3, we're going to have 4 bubbles now. So pop 0, pop 1, pop 2, pop 3. And that is what we want. So yeah, we should have, basically I want to just pass this to our marathon progress meter now. So I'll just pass it in on the end here. So we'll have nav bubble props, and we need to actually accept that in the progress meter class itself. So we'll take nav bubble props, and then we are going to put that, we're just right under the bubble props for now, because the bubble props will be going away, being replaced with the new nav bubble props. And again, that nav, the difference between these, I mean, these names are basically the same thing. I'm repurposing, I'm replacing bubble props. I'm just using the word nav now because I'm thinking of renaming all of this progress meter stuff to nav meter or something like that instead. So now our progress meter has the nav bubble props, and we are going to basically do the same. Okay, well, there's something a little, yeah, actually I'm going to just rewrite this entire method, I think. Well, or I'm gonna at least just copy this part here. So we're going to need to add a new property, because we're going to need to know how far the properties array, our new nav bubble props array, nav bubble props. So we're going to need to know, because these are going to be applied to whichever bubbles we are at, right? Whichever bubble, current bubble we have popped and everything. So there's going to be an offset value. And I'm going to call that offset, because when we start, for example, when we start the game, the bubbles 0, so in our, which is currently in this .target bubbles array, that's all the bubbles. So all the bubbles for the whole marathon are calculated and put in this array of target bubbles. And then, but bubble 0, target bubble 0, which is the first bubble the player needs to pop, is actually going to be at position 4 here. It's going to be using property number 4. Element number 4's properties, because it's unpopped 0, right? Because there haven't been any popped bubbles yet. So the offset of this array is going to be -4. So I'm thinking we will have this .nav bubble props offset, and that's going to equal basically our config.marathon.progress meet. Oh no, sorry, config.marathon.checkpoint interval times a -1. We just want to negate this checkpoint interval, because our offset is always, we're always going to have as many popped bubbles as we have bubbles in a checkpoint. So we need to start with this. This is going to be matched up with bubble 0. So we need to be -4 off. So then as we increment, because once a player pops a bubble, now our offset will increment by 1. And then bubble 0 will now be at popped 3 position here, if that makes sense. So then as the player pops bubbles, we're going 1 by 1, popped, popped, popped. Then these are going to be slowly, getting filled with the positions. And then there's also going to need to be a check, because there's no bubbles before this. So there's also going to need to be a check. At this point, if you fill all of these positions, right, then you go to the next checkpoint, in which case the bubbles from the previous checkpoint are going to get destructed, because there's just no going back to those bubbles anymore. So you would have filled each of these popped positions for all 4 popped bubbles in our 4 bubble checkpoint, in our current 4 bubble checkpoint scheme. And then those, like the animation will play when you pop that 4th bubble when it's at pop position 0, and then it will slide into the popped position here, and then the other ones will slide up. So you'll see 4 little ones, and then the 4 little ones need to just get slid off in with an animation and then destroyed. Because as of right now, we didn't. Oh, I think I just, okay, we're good. Just a little server error there. Oh, now I've broken stuff. So now we've lost the animations here, but for our example. But yeah, this, you pop this bubble, it goes here, tiny, and then we're going to have fill up 4 of them for the 4 bubbles in our current checkpoint. And then those will go away. So what I was trying to say was, as we are sliding our nav bubble props array forward, as our properties keep going, there will be bubbles, at some point, the pop to bubble 0 will be like bubble 15 or something, right? So bubble 14 and everything behind that won't even be there. But those will all have to be bubbles from the previous checkpoint. So so then there will have to be a check, because these popped positions, once you go to a new checkpoint, these popped positions, there's no bubbles in these popped positions, right? Because all the popped ones were in the last checkpoint. They go away. So there's going to need to be a check for every time we slide this array. Then we slide this array up amongst how many bubbles we've popped to say, okay, if the bubble is destructed, if the bubble that I'm seeing, if I can apply this to, has been destructed already, then don't do anything. Don't animate the bubble or whatever. So, or don't call the method to animate the bubble method. Because I believe I have an initialize property. Yes. Oh no, sorry. That is on the normal marathon bubble, but I also have it on the progress bubble. So we'll be able to check if the bubble's initialized or not, and then yes, then we won't do anything with uninitialized bubbles. Okay, so going back to our progress meter, we now have our new nav bubble props. We should be calculating the initial correct offset, which is always going to be just our checkpoint interval, but in negative, the negative number of our checkpoint interval. And then now I'm just going to just rewrite this whole method, because it's going to be pretty different now with the new, and a lot shorter than this whole method is pretty beefy. So this is what I was saying about everything kind of being handled piecemeal here. Like when we just advancing forward, when the player just pops one bubble, the things that all have to happen moving everything forward is animate the current target bubble to the last pop position, animate the already popped bubbles up if they exist, right? There has to be a check if those exist first. Then it's like if the last visible bubble is, there's like checks for the last bubbles at the end. Which there still will need to be something like that. And then there's the visible bubbles that need to animate up to the next position, and then there's any new bubbles that need to come in that are invisible. So there's just a lot of little individual things that need to happen. And likewise, when you go reverse, the same thing. There's got to be handling for each one of those cases. So now that we've put just all our properties in the one single array, we're just sliding that array down, and then we're just going to loop over that array and then compare it to all the bubbles and just apply the animations, just fire off their animations for each property. So that should just be much, much cleaner and nicer. So let's just set this up for Oh, I guess what's happening is this method is overriding this one, which is actually good for right now. And that's why none of our animations were working. I guess that's how JavaScript works. Instead of giving me an error about duplicate methods or something. And when I mean override, it's not like, or it's not an overload, but it's actually like, yeah, there's no error. Like literally it was just like, oh, could have two methods in a class of the exact same name and nothing changes. All right. So we still care about this diff. So that diff is going to tell us, did the player pop a bubble so that they go forward to 1? Or are they going forward 1? Or are they going back? Did they mess up and therefore they could be going back 1, -1, -2, or -3? In our case with a checkpoint interval of 4. If we had a checkpoint interval of 5, then it could be -1, -2, -3, -4. So it's always going to be checkpoint interval -1 times -1, right? So whatever. So let's just handle the case of going forward first, right? So I'll just for let I equal 0, I is less than diff, I plus equals 1. All right. So we are going to just loop for whatever our count of diff is, which for going forward, it is always just going to be 1. So this loop is really going to be more for the future when I need to go, because when we go negative, we could go back, we could go back 1, we could go back 2, could go back 3. So, all right, never mind with that. Come on, Jared, let's figure this out here. So first, I'm trying to figure out what needs to happen first. Oh, and I need to, at the very end of the method, have this. That's important. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep working. Come on. What? Now it decides to work. All right. Sorry, my speakers just shut off. They sleep themselves. I just need to make sure they came back. So that way I can hear when somebody follows me, because I'm not good at checking my little feed here in OBS. So, because I missed like 4 follows yesterday. I didn't like thank them for following. So I just want to make sure that I hear the little notification sound. So the first thing we are going to do, well, yeah, we're always going to increment let's just handle the going forward case for right now. So we are going to increment our offset by 1, the offset we created, right? Because we're going forward. So we will have this, our nav bubble props offset is going to increment to forward to 1. So that'll kind of be step 1. Obviously this, I'd like to have this loop handle both cases for negative or positive. So it could either be, it could be going forward 1 or going back this will be like a variable then that comes in. So I need to figure out how to do that, but I'd rather get just at least forward working so I know everything is looking a-okay. So then we are going to need, what I'd like to do is just loop over our, all right, so oh yeah, then there's going to be another loop. This loop would be loop for each position change. Loop for each diff, actually. Which going forward will always be 1, but going back will always be a number. We'll have to loop for however many negative ones we go as well. So we now, inside of this loop, we have another loop to do the actual loop for each nav bubble property. So for we can just do let I equal, again, I is less than this dot nav bubble props dot length, I plus equals 1. Okay, so now we're looping for each bubble prop, and okay, so I have my little diagram here. My diagram that I drew last night, which kind of shows the scenarios of the bubbles and everything. You can't really see that, but it's all right. I just need to reference it right here. So we would start at the start of the game. We would have our offset be -4. So that way our visible bubble position would be first position 4. Right? So we're going to start with an offset of -4. And then we are going to loop over each position. And that position is always going to be the offset. Okay, so I need to just take a sec to think about this quickly here. So we start at -4. So we're going to be checking, okay. So that would mean bubble. We're going to need to pull a bubble out of the target bubbles array that is that current position plus the offset, in which case it'd be plus a -4 would be the first one. So, which would be a bubble that doesn't exist. So we have, let's go up here. So target bubbles. Okay, so yeah, let me also make sure that I know what I'm doing here with the correct. So we'd be going up. It's always going to be ID. The ID that comes in our method here is the new target bubble ID. So we need to do ID. So we need to get const bubble equals this dot target bubbles dot or target bubbles. Okay, so it's going to be, we're going up to the new ID. So ID minus, or plus, sorry, it would be plus this dot nav bubble props offset, okay, which starts at -4. That would get incremented to -3, right? To -3. So when we start, bubble 0 is on here. So what this will be, ID plus nav bubble props offset is going to be 4 plus -4, or sorry, 0 plus -4. So, oh, sorry. No, ID will be 1 once we pop the first bubble, right? So it'll be 1 plus -4, so that'll give us -3. So we'll grab target bubble with ID of -3, which doesn't exist, which is what we want. So then we'll have a bubble that's undefined. So then we'll do a check if bubble. Otherwise, if there's not, whoops, wrong key there. If there's not a bubble, we don't do anything. Just keep going, all right? But otherwise, if we have a bubble, then we're going to apply the properties of whatever our nav bubble props. Yeah, we're looping for each nav bubble property. Oh, wait a minute here. Oh, this will be ID plus I. ID plus I plus the nav bubble props offset. Because this loop is looping over each property, navigation property. So we need to yes, that is right. Because I will be 0 at first, so that will take us to it's a little tricky, but I believe I have this right here. If bubble let me look at my diagram here to make sure I'm right here. Okay. We're going to loop for each diff. So if we move forward 1, our nav offset will increment by 1. Yes. So this would start us at ID, which would be 0. Or sorry, this would be 1 now. 1. 1 plus 0, the first loop, plus negative. One plus 0 plus okay, this is going to have to come at the end. Because this will be the -3 the first time. So if we have a bubble, then we are going to bubble dot const. We'll get a property first, so that will be, call it props. Const props is going to equal this dot nav bubble props. I, because we're looping over the nav bubble props. And then we call the bubble methods now and apply the props to each bubble. So we'd have bubble move to, bubble dot size to, and bubble dot fade to. And I just want to double check this. So every time we do move to, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. So, and these are just the value. Yeah. Okay. So move to would be props.y, size to be props.r, the radius. The y position is what we're moving to. R is the radius of our size, and the fade to is the alpha value. Props.a, right? So we're just going to call that for each bubble. So in theory, that should do it. But we also need to initialize the bubble first. And let's look at that code, what that looks like here. Okay. So we get the visible properties, we initialize the bubble, we set the initial positions, and then we do set the animations. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this right now, but I'd like to fix that. Because all the bubbles initialized to 0, y. I did that, and I should go back and change it so they actually initialize all to that new place, new space. But I just basically need a little if statement right here. If bubble dot, if not initialized, so we need to say if not bubble dot initialized, then we need to do the initialization, then we can do this part. So just a special case for the uninitialized bubbles. All right, I need to use the bathroom again. So we'll be right back. All right, I am back. So we need to just set up our little case here with our bubbles that need to be initialized. And, well, the first thing would be bubble.init. We call that. And then we set the positions. So like here, we are telling the animations, we are telling the bubble to animate to whatever its current position is to some new position, right? To a new Y, a new R, a new A value, right? A new Y position, a new radius size, radius, a new alpha value, right? So the uninitialized bubbles, the ones that start invisible, those don't get initialized yet. They they are at a different Y position. I believe their radius and radii and everything get set properly, but we need to actually set up their initial positions that then they can animate to the, you know, the new proper thing, right? So up here, I do the new bub size to, okay, so we need to actually initialize these to the last. So we need to actually initialize them because once you pop a bubble, you are moving forward. So the first initialized bubble is supposed to be coming from this unpopped hidden position, right? And it's going to be moving into unpopped 2. But the bubbles that aren't initialized yet don't even have the properties of unpopped hidden yet. So we need to set them up with unpopped hidden, which is always just going to be the last element of our nav bubble props array. So that's, yeah, it's just kind of an annoying way I have to work around this. I might want to do something better in the future to handle this, but for right now, this is how we're going to do it. And also, I might actually set these positions. I might, or okay, yeah, I'm doing this wrong. This is what I copied and pasted. I might actually do all the setting of the positions initially, move that to the Marathon creator, and then that way, all that needs to happen is bubble init would need to be called. So it'd be like if bubble's not initialized, then initialize the bubble. And then that's all we would need. Just basically I can move that up and we have a one-liner if statement, which would be nice. But yeah, for now, Retro, how's it going? So for now, we need to just set our set these initial positions. So I copied and pasted from above, and I actually didn't need to do that. I don't know why I did. So this is going to be, actually we're going to put this in a variable const hidden. It's called hidden prop. That's all I really need, which will be this dot nav bubble props. And then it's going to be the last, oh, sorry, that's the prop offset, not our array. So this dot nav bubble props, and we're going to be taking the last element of that array. So we do, whoop, and maybe I could put this into a, well, I'm going to be changing it anyway. So this is totally fine for now. This dot nav bubble props dot length minus 1. Yes. Okay, so we're grabbing that hidden prop, and then we are moving to, which is not these. So then we would have all of these. This should be bubble. And then we move. Oh, sorry. This is not the animation methods. We don't want these. I copied and pasted the wrong thing. Bubble dot, this needs to be pose dot y. It's going to equal hidden prop.y. And then bubble dot, what is this, the radius, and this would be size dot r is going to be equal to hidden prop dot r. Hidden prop dot r, and then bubble dot color. We have to do bubble dot color dot set, and then a is going to be equal to hidden prop dot a. Color is handled a little differently. So basically what happens is I have a color object. Retro, pretty good. I'm pretty good too. Thanks. Yeah, just I came up with a new idea last night, so I'm implementing it now to hopefully make all of this animating stuff on my little progress bar here much nicer. So rather than kind of this crazy, I mean, it's not like nasty spaghetti code, but it's just a lot of like piecemeal, handle this for this case, I got to handle this for this case, I got to do a bunch of different things. And now I'm just kind of coming up with one nice little thing to hopefully, which will hopefully just simplify all of this a lot. Make it easier for me to modify and tweak things in the future. So what was I saying right before this here? I was just saying, like here, we're just setting the position, the Y value of our bubble position, the R value of our size. Color's a little different because the color class, my color object, has RG, they have RGBA values, but then those actually need to get converted into like the HTML string. So that's what I have to call this set for, because if I change my RGBA properties individually, the actual HTML string of the color will not update. So that's why I have to call color.set, and then you pass in an object with an A or whatever for alpha only, or you could pass in an R or a G or a B, or all four of them in one. But here in this case, we just want to set the alpha. That's also something we might end up tweaking in the future, but for right now, it is totally fine. So if I did all these little calculations here correctly, this should be fine. So we'll see how this looks right now. We're about to find out. It works. Yeah, and it doesn't go back because we haven't set up that yet. But I'm pretty sure that worked. I'm going to rename this method just to make sure we're not crazy. Okay, that was wrong. All right, so we're almost there. I just did something wrong in that loop. So that first one works. Then we pop gray, and then gray and purple go up. Yeah, because I think I'm looping and adding. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Because here's the problem. So, yeah, in our new loop here, we have this part right here. We're doing ID, the ID of the incoming bubble. That gives us like our position in space in the context of all the bubbles, right? Because this thing is supposed to be just cycling through all the bubbles as you play, right? So the ID, that's giving us our context of where we should be. But plus I, because oh, you know what? I am... Okay, now I'm not exactly sure why this is breaking now. Because ID comes in. That's our new bubble position, bubble ID. So we pop bubble 0. The new ID will be 1. We come in. We're hitting target. So we want to grab the bubble of bubble 1 plus I, which is going to be 0 to start. Or sorry, actually the bubble is going, the first bubble is not going to exist. Okay, nav bubble props offset starts at -4, right? Because it's going to be negative. It's just going to be the negative value of whatever many checkpoint bubbles we have. So we have a checkpoint interval of 4. So nav bubble props offset will be 4 times -1. So we've got -4. And then when we hit, okay, so we pop the bubble 0. ID is 1. Because ID is the new bubble we need, the new target bubble. So we've got the new ID, which is 1, plus I, which will be 0 on our first iteration through this loop. Yeah, because this loop here, yeah, making sure that I'm not having a conflict with, yeah, because we don't actually care about I for any variables here. Okay. And then our nav bubble props offset will be -4. So it will be 1 plus 0 plus -4. So we'd just have, it would be -3 then. So we're grabbing bubble -3, which obviously doesn't exist. So the very first bubble would fail. Or then our if bubble, we would skip. So then we would increment I by 1. So then it would be -2, which also does not exist. So it would fail. Then it would be -1, which would also fail. Then it would be 0, which would not fail. That would be a bubble. And then we can see that it's working for the first bubble at least. So that first pop, the first time we do that pop, it works. So let me just make sure everything, let's just check our nav bubble props offset. This dot nav bubble props offset. Yeah, that's all we want. So it's -4, pop. It's -4, and then it got changed to -3. Now it's -3. Right. Okay. Wait, did I mess up there? Let me try it again. Yes. Oops. Something weird is happening there. Oh, then our next. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, this. Ah, yeah, I see. Okay. All right, so we didn't break the game. We just broke this. All right, so the nav bubble props offset is fine. That is fine. We'll just loop for each nav bubble. You know what? I think I know what the problem is now. Loop for each nav bubble prop. Well, wait a minute though. Retro, Twitch is my background distraction at work. Nice. I like it. Yeah, sometimes having somebody just talking and, you know, even if you can't hear them or whatever, like I'll sometimes have that just for like noise in the background. Have a podcast or something, you know, or yeah, it's Twitch or something where somebody's talking, but it's just like I can't even understand them. Because otherwise, if I make it too loud, then I just start listening to what they're what they're saying, then I don't actually get any work done. So maybe I didn't properly step through this loop here in my head. We're looping over each property. And then we're like lining up, right? We're looping over every property that we have here now, right? So we're going from this to this to this to this, and then to figure out which bubble this property should be applied to, each given property here should be applied to, we're using that offset. That's the whole point of our nav bubble props offset. So we loop for each diff, which right now it's only always going to be 1 because we're just handling when the player pops 1 bubble. Diff will be 1. So we're looping for each of these, and it should be, so we loop, this is what I is then, 0, I. I guess we could do, oh, let's throw these in a variable. Const, so we'd have ID plus first bubble ID is going to equal ID. We just do ID plus this.nav. Whoops. Because this, well, this doesn't need to change. And then we just need to do first bubble ID plus I, because now we've like applied our offset and everything. Oops, plus 1. Plus I. Okay, that would be bad. Or that would not work. Now, that shouldn't have changed anything. Yeah. So that doesn't change anything, but I feel like we are getting... Now, I did have this before, and I'm just going to throw this before the loop just to make sure I did make the right decision. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, so this, I believe, should be after the loop. Right? Loop for each nav bubble prop. So we start at -4. So it starts at -4. So that would be, but our ID is 1. So it would be 1 plus -4. So that would be -3. Where's my paper here? -3. So we're sliding it forward. So -3. That slides up to, or it would be at -4 initially. Slide up to -3 then. And the new bubbles coming in are working too, right? Everything's working. Yeah, right? Let me just make sure. We should see green slide in, right? Yeah. Okay, so all of that stuff is working. It's just this somehow our array that's supposed to just slide down once I is 0, I is less than diff, right? So that's always going to be this dot nav bubble props offset. Yeah, this is always going to be just one loop when we go forward. Yeah, which is fine. Oh, wait a minute. ID, because ID comes in at 2 the next time. That's okay. That's the problem. The nav bubble props offset. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem. This should actually, at least in this calculation here, should be ID plus, or I guess we could just do ID minus config dot checkpoint interval. Whoa, that's not right. Config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. Yeah. Because the offset is always going to be -4. Because the ID, okay, right. The new ID coming in. Yeah, I think I just confused myself about what exactly I was doing. As always. Come on, Jared, get it together here. I was getting cocky. Everything was working great until that. That's the problem. Okay. So what I was doing was, well, not what I was doing, but what I should have been doing is this is always going to equal LFFB. Hey, I just joined. What are you coding? I am working, well, thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out. I am working on a game right now which I can't currently play because it's, well, no, actually, we'll see if it works. LFFB, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Now I have my follow. Now I can hear the follow notification. So yesterday I wasn't good because a few people followed me and I didn't hear it. So, but yeah, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So it's a little game where you're trying to pop. Let's do one that looks a little better. you're trying to, oh, okay. It's like it's almost working. So it's a game where you've got these bubbles that pop up random colors and everything, and then you need to pop them in this order that you see them here. And they're not supposed to be this close of colors. That's just because I'm generating random colors right now. Otherwise, this would be hard to distinguish between which ones are which. But basically, you're just kind of going through, popping bubbles. You hover the mouse over them, and then hit the hit a key. Right now, I'm just hitting spacebar, but right now, like any key would actually work. And then you just keep going. That wasn't there. Yes, yeah, retro. So now I'm doing the small dots to show the ones that you've popped, and currently that's what I'm working on right now, and it's not working as proper. So some of this stuff looks all glitchy and weird because I'm getting there. Like it does something a little funky there. Yeah. So, but that's what we're working on right now. Yes. So the popped bubbles. The bubbles that you've popped are supposed to show up here. And then once you make it to a new checkpoint, then these little popped ones will go away. But these little popped ones are supposed to be here to show what will happen, or the bubbles that'll come back if you mess up, if you make a mistake. So I can't even like show that right now just because I'm literally just right in the middle of working on this thing, but yeah, LFFB, it's just just kind of fast, skill-based, just trying to go as fast as you can, just pop these bubbles, whatever. So, the idea is you kind of play, oops, if I drag my mouse, you just kind of try to play quickly, whatever. Yep, I messed up. Yeah, so none of this thing is not working properly right now, but that's what we're doing right now. Yes, yeah, making the colors not too close should be simple enough. Yes, what I did just to for the kind of quick and dirty solution is I just did random RGB colors, so just a random red, random green, random blue value, But I'm probably going to have actually like a pre-computed color palette probably. But we'll see. I did actually for a previous version of this game, I actually did have a little algorithm for calculating random colors, and I did it would just pick it would do them kind of based on HSV format, I think, where the hue, the hue saturation value format, and rather than RGB. So it would do this hue retro, yes. Color palettes is unlockables. I had thought about something like that. We'll see if I get to that kind of if I care about it enough to say the least. I think you asked a question yesterday about it, or in yesterday's stream about it, where I was like, depending on the interests or people who are interested in this game, how many people are interested, I'd push it along further and add features and that sort of thing. So a color palette or some sort of unlockable thing would be, that'd be pretty far down the line if there was some interest. But yeah, it's a good idea for sure. Right. Sorry, I need to make sure I read the comments before I just respond. But yes, yeah, retro. Yeah, I understand visual things like that are mega low priority. Yeah. Well, anything that would complicate the server right now, Right now, I'm not gonna have any sort of thing that saves. There's not gonna be any game save state or user accounts or anything like that. It's basically just gonna be you go on and you play, and there's not gonna be any sort of persistent data or whatever. Oh yeah, I was talking a little bit about the old color thing I did, but I did, yeah, I did like because the HSV format of color, like hue is like the color is your hue value is like it's like measured in 360 degrees of a circle or something, right? So you go red, red, fade, purple, blue, whatever, fade all the way back around to red. So I think I did something like generate just pick like a random hue and then just like pick like a minimum like degree, like a minimum difference in like the degrees in hue that you could have. It was kind of complicated and there was a lot of like, I mean, it was kind of cool, but yeah, I think I'm going to have like pre-computed colors. I think would probably just be that way I can kind of just ensure there's always going to be nice looking colors too. But anyway. Yeah, so we've got something not working with, well, we're almost working here. So that works, that works, that works. And that should kind of glitch out weird there, but these should be gone. Oh. No, I know why. I know why those come back. Because you treat the colors as 3D coordinates and make a distance threshold where it recomputes another one if it's too close to the previous one. 3D coordinates. Ah, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I might mess around. With something like that a little bit. We'll see. The one thing that I don't like about doing random ones is like having a point where they fail. Because like at some point, to explain what I'm talking about, the random positions of the bubbles on screen is something I'm doing right now where there's failures. So, like you could only fit so many, basically, to not let any bubbles overlap, I have to generate a random bubble position and then generate the next one and make sure it doesn't overlap with the one that already exist, right? So there's already some like failures in there that I don't like and I'd like to try to avoid. Because at this point there could be, how many bubbles could be on screen at once? 8 or 7? 7 bubbles can be on screen, I think, the way I've got it configured right now. So like you're getting to a point where like the next bubble, like if you try to generate another bubble, like depending on the layout, it might like try like 1,000 times to generate a new position before it finds the right one, like one that fits. And then there might be a spot where like you break into an infinite like loop. Like, and I feel like there's some sort of, I mean, and the way I have it now, that doesn't happen. Like it's not going to break into an infinite loop, but it's kind of like it could. And that's something I don't like to try 100 times and fail 100 times to generate one color when I could, or one color or one bubble or something, because the first 100 tries it generated one that was too close or something like that. It's something I got to think about more, but I did spend a bit of time trying to figure out how I wanted to do the bubble positions exactly, because that ended up being more annoying than well, it was kind of cool. I say annoying, but it ended up being more work than I would have thought. But You could skew the generation to the sides where there are less, but I did, actually, I can't remember if I have that right now or not. I did have that at one point. Or I think I did, like, because it's generating, the first part that it generates for the bubble position is the distance from the center of this boundary. So it first generates a distance value. And I skewed that so that it wouldn't generate too many bubbles towards closer to the center. Because obviously, as you have, you know, if you have a random point from the center of this circle, you can't fit as many bubbles close to the center because the bubbles are bigger, if that makes sense, whatever. But you could fit more bubbles theoretically as the distance goes further away. So like I skewed it so that less bubbles would generate towards the center and more would generate, you know, their distance values would generate more out here. And then, yeah, I don't think I'm doing that anymore now, but yeah, and then there's, well, yeah, I think I explained it okay there. Also, another thing you can do, you can have like a set of places where the bubbles can be, and you generate a bubble, you remove the points that would generate a bubble inside the bubble you just created. I understood like the first part there. Also, another thing, you have like a set places where the bubbles can be. Right. I had thought about that. Then when you generate a bubble, you remove the points that would generate a bubble inside the... Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, right. Yeah, I had thought about something similar to that too. Like just having like fixed points and like maybe they just... like a set of fixed points that could maybe just the rotation of where they are gets randomized. And we generate a new bubble, you just pick a random position from that list. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what I end up doing. I mean, the way I've got it for right now, even the first version, I'll probably end up keeping it this way. Because there are some failures, you know, it is checking random positions and there are going to be some failures. Like we could just run, even just for kicks, we could throw a little console.log here in the up here. Check if too close to bubbles, too close, true. So we could just see like about how many too closes. I'll just print too close if it generates a bubble position that's too close. Yeah, so we did it generated 100 bubbles and 386 positions it tried were too close to one another. So it retried 386 times, generating 100 bubbles. And of course, not all 100 bubbles are fitting within each other. There's like there's a certain amount of bubbles that can be on screen max, which is like 7 or 8 right now. So obviously the 8th bubble of those first 7 doesn't have to have its positions checked against, you know, whatever. But yeah, we hit 386 bubble. That's a lot higher than I would like to spend CPU resources on. So yes, need to have some solution in the future for that. So I know what's happening here now. I'm reinitialized. So these bubbles here are supposed to get destructed. They're supposed to get removed. But what's happening is they're getting, with my new format of here for animating the bubbles, I'm reinitializing those bubbles. So that's why they reappear. They disappear for a second and then reappear. Yes, so that's a problem. So, yeah, because right now I'm at a new checkpoint. So this green bubble is the first bubble of the checkpoint. But we shouldn't be seeing these ones. These are the bubbles from the previous checkpoint. They should be gone now because there's no way we can go back to have to pop these bubbles at all anymore. So what? Yeah, this is kind of... I've got a little chicken or the egg scenario here now, but and it could be solved just by adding a Boolean. But who wants to do that? Okay, so yeah, our issue is right here. If bubble is not initialized, then we initialize it. So the bubbles, the old bubbles go away, but then they just get reinitialized. So I need to maybe adjust. Did I write this down yesterday? I wrote down that I needed to do it, but I didn't write down what a solution would be for it. I just knew it was going to be a problem. So there could be a check if we're on a new checkpoint. Then we could not Oh, yes, actually. You just got excited here. So what I'm doing is the first bubble ID, this is the first bubble that we want to apply our properties to along the side, along our sidebar here, right? So it's always going to be the current ID minus our checkpoint interval, because the new ID here that comes in through our method is the new target bubble ID, right? So you pop a bubble and you have a new bubble. And that way we can, so we pop purple. This one becomes the new bubble. So it knows to slide purple up because it's like offset from the current ID, whatever. But in the case of a new checkpoint, we want to not. In the case of a new checkpoint, the first bubble is always going to be this one. We don't want to set any properties to any bubbles up here. So where I'm calculating the first bubble ID, I can just do a little conditional thing here. Instead of ID minus there to give us that negative offset to highlight the small, what bubbles should be smaller, we need to do 033. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry, not sure how your name should be pronounced, but again, thanks for the follow. You pronounce it perfectly. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, MSIDDU 033. MSI, we'll just say MSI. Oh, I don't want to print this anymore. That's why people use ESLint and linters, right? To have it highlight their every console log they have and say unexpected console log or whatever. But no, I expect every console log I put until I don't expect it anymore. I just splashed myself in the face a little bit there. MSI, thanks. No, thank you. I appreciate the follow, man. Retro, I love ESLint. That's why I said that, because I was like, Retro probably is on board. ESLint? ESLint? You say ES, right? I don't disable console logs, though. You don't disable. You mean so it always highlights the console logs then and telling you need to. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot of things, and I found some inconsistencies where, like, you format it one way, it'll say get rid of this, so you switch the format, and then it says no, you can't have this. So it's just like an infinite loop of their formats sometimes. That's more with like React stuff, though, where stuff's really annoying. But also, how are you doing the animation? JavaScript or CSS? The animation is part of my own. Basically, everything in this is all my own engine. So I'm just moving around. This is just an HTML canvas. And then all the circles and everything I'm drawing with like the 2D canvas context, if you're familiar with that, LFFB. And then the animations and everything are just my own, it's my own little class I have added for my engine. I say engine because it's not really, it's really not that sophisticated. The only things, like, there's HTML, I'm using HTML buttons here, but otherwise that's pretty much, the canvas itself obviously is an HTML element. And then I have some buttons that I just generate on the fly. I will probably actually add my own buttons with canvas things, because I'm thinking of like the main menu for this, which right now is just these little HTML buttons. But I'm thinking of actually using like some bubbles to be like the buttons, like big bubbles that say play, practice, or whatever. Which by bubble I mean just a circle. The bubbles like these, like it'd be big ones that you click to say that's the thing. Honestly, you could probably make this whole game with HTML divs and stuff. Yes, I imagine that would be very. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it could be fast. But yeah, with like CSS stuff. Annoying. Doing a whole game with HTML. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Front end web stuff. I don't know. Yeah. That'd be crazy. I think it would be crazy, but. Yeah, LFFB, I would agree. Anything that's at least like real timey, like if you were just doing anything that wouldn't be just like tic-tac-toe, kind of like not really much happening other than just like a button click and something else changes because of that, like anything that's got graphics and real-time elements would be pretty. I would wager you'd have pretty bad performance from it too. Because there's a lot of stuff. Animating like some HTML element would be like quite a bit of like the code behind those that's inside of the browser that would have to be, updated, manipulated, and everything would be significant. Versus doing something like just with Canvas where, yes, I'm just doing the Canvas, I'm just using the 2D context, which is a very simple API, versus using like WebGL or something. But nonetheless, it's still using the GPU to render all these circles and everything and that sort of thing. So it's like you're just kind of directly, I'm using a very easy to use wrapper in place of that, but it's definitely using, a 3D. It's definitely using a 3D API in the background. Probably, that's whatever, depending on the browser, I guess. I tried to do a lot of like image. I tried to do like a lot of image inside of a grid and stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, with like a roguelike. Yeah, like sprite stuff, that would be crazy. Yeah, I mean, my stuff could work. This could work with maybe just HTML stuff, but we'll see. I also don't know how. Yeah, I think if you just did like a circle something, you would. I think you're right, Retro. When you do, yeah, if you just round the corners of a button, you still have that little like bit of the corner that is clickable, where the roundedness goes in. I think I have a little bit of rounding on these buttons. Oh no, this is just the default Chrome buttons now. After they updated those not that long ago, they look kind of flat and everything now. All right, so where was I here? Oh yes, we're gonna recalculate this first bubble ID, because if we're on a new checkpoint, then the first bubble ID should just be the ID of the bubble. Right? Yes, yes, yes. So we've got an if. Maybe I could do, oh, no, this is going to be, I'm going to need to do a legit if statement here. So to calculate if we're on a new checkpoint, we need to do ID mod. If ID mod config.marathon.checkpoint interval equals 0. Yes, because according to my diagram, this diagram, the bubble of a checkpoint is always going to be that multiple of our checkpoint interval. So bubble 0, mod 4 would be 0. So that would mean we're on a checkpoint. Bubble 4, mod 4 would equal 0. So that would mean we're on a checkpoint. But anything else, any of these numbers will be, some mod will not be 0. Our mod operation will not result in 0. And therefore, we won't be on a checkpoint. So if we're on a new checkpoint, now we need to like declare this up here. Let first bubble ID equal. No, we don't need to do equal anything. So then if, okay, so that would just be if that, then that. Otherwise, if we're not on a new checkpoint, oh boy. Actually, there's going to be a problem with this. But let's just test this, because initially it should work. I try not to copy over everything here. Oops. Here we go. So I don't know what just happened there, but it's not working. Right. Oh, no. No, I know what the problem is now. Okay. All right, now I'm like undoing my nice new little system. I'm like navigating my way around it. Let me try something. No, actually, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Okay, we need... Looks like you should add some kind of... Oh, you just say you should add some kind of bubbles pop per second counter. Yeah, I'd like to have some sort of metrics at some point. Some sort of like, you know... Something like that. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Maybe you're referring that to what I've got up here, like this. Maybe this stuff here. I just have those on there for like debugging stuff, but honestly, I don't even need it anymore. But I just didn't remove it. But yeah, it'd be nice to have like some stats or whatever, right? So you could kind of see like how, you know, maybe like efficiency too. Like how close are you to like. Because you pop yellow and blue, so you could say like how close. You could see like how close is your mouse to like going from the center of yellow to like blue, you know, compared to the optimal path, you know, or something. So you could see like how close are you to the optimal path, like kind of like how precise or accurate are you. That'd be kind of cool to see. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it'd be terrible. But yeah, at some point, be adding some sort of metric-y kind of things to measure your performance. Oh yeah, and LFFB, the goal with this is to actually be a competitive race, so like a one-on-one thing. So one player versus, you know, some other player. So this is trickier than I want it to be. ID mod, that gets us the checkpoint, which is right. But then not only, we shouldn't even loop over. This I should be different. It shouldn't be 0. If we're on a new checkpoint, then I should start to I need to like put this in a, yeah, I need to do like a const on new checkpoint. And then that's going to equal this. Oh, this would be, oh, put an extra equals in there. Const new checkpoint. This true, else false. And then So we got just a Boolean now for this, because I'm going to need to use it down here. But now I need to use the bathroom. You should change that I to j so there isn't any variable ambiguity. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. Let's do it right now. I do agree with you. I just did it lazily. Whoops. Find. How do I do the I in the selection here? All right, first I'm going to hit the bathroom. So we'll be back. We'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Yes, so we'll change the I's to J's because I was lazy and I just used I again. Because inside of that inner loop, we don't care about the previous I, so technically it's fine. There wasn't going to be a bug or anything, but yes, we should change that to J. Oh yeah, here's our new one. Okay. So inside of this for, I want... Find in selection. There it is. I'm going to find I and replace with J. Right. Yeah, you're right. Not good. Find I. That's whole word. Where's whole word? There we go. I. Yep. I got to get better at my find replace here. There we go. All right. There we go. You happy, LFFB? Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're right. All right. Now. We've got a Boolean now for on new checkpoint, and that should be correct. For every time we hit a new checkpoint. So we set this variable conditionally. Let me just do this all in one line. On new checkpoint, then just ID, else, ID minus, else that. Oh, and I missed a semicolon there. All right, just shrink that up a little bit. So then, we don't need that anymore. All right, so then, comment down there. So now we need to set our J, we need to set that differently if we're on a new checkpoint or not. So it's going to be, let's look at our diagram. So we want to skip. If we're on a new checkpoint, then we don't want to do these bubbles at all. So in that case, we just need to do our checkpoint interval plus wait a minute. Oh, yeah. It would just be our checkpoint interval. So this let j would also be let j equal on new checkpoint. Oh. Then it's going to equal config.marathon.checkpoint interval. Otherwise, it's going to equal 0. Could probably break that 4 into new lines, but whatever. Separate lines now. Yeah, so this should be good now. So let's see what happens. So those bubbles should now disappear. Yes. But we still have a problem here. Gold. Okay. Now what did I miss this time? New bubbles came up. This new thing was supposed to be simple and just work. It's always supposed to just work. So if we're on a new checkpoint, then that should be true. And then j should start at our checkpoint interval, right? But what are we doing? Maybe I'm touching the wrong bubbles here. So then, oh, yes, that's wrong. So now first bubble is going up for 4 bubbles, which is bad in the case of a new. If we're on a new checkpoint, j starts at 4. And then to get our first bubble that we need to animate, we're now going up to the wrong one. So yeah, a little chicken or the egg thing here again. All right, so now if we're on a new checkpoint, it's going to equal ID. Otherwise, it's going to equal ID minus. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, this is all terribly interesting programming here. All right. So I didn't fart. That was my chair. I swear. All right. I need to like maybe I could just change. Whoops. Maybe I could just change the condition in here. Because instead of initializing the bubble, if it's not initialized, I could just do. I could also make it so that we don't initialize it if that bubble is below that ID. Yeah, like maybe we could just say it. Whoops. If we're not initialized, and if it's not initialized and if that bubble maybe we can do const I just call this BID, bubble ID is going to equal first, store that into a new variable. And then we can just use that here, and then we can use it there again, BID. Okay, so we get the first bubble ID. We get the first bubble at that index, the bubble object itself. Then if we actually got a bubble, then okay, const props, that's good. But if the bubble is not initialized and the bubble ID is greater than ID, that should do it. So now we can let J just equal 0. And we don't care about we just want first bubble ID to equal this again. And we don't care about on new checkpoint anymore. So first bubble ID will always be now ID minus a checkpoint point interval, which is good. And sometimes that will be bubbles that don't exist, or, which is fine because we handle that here, or if it's a bubble that was supposed to be or has been destructed, that's still fine now because we should be checking if, whoops, right here, we should be checking if our current bubble ID is greater than ID. So it can't be, yes. First bubble. Yes, that should be it. That should be it, maybe. We'll find out here. Okay, so then they're gone. They're gone. Everything works now. Great. Whoops. Okay. Yes, and obviously we need to do animations for those ones, but everything else should be looking good. Yeah, orange slid up, right? Let me just absolutely make sure. I like to slow down the animations to make sure everything looks good. Okay, so let's make those instead of 200 milliseconds, just make them 2 seconds. All right. So now when we pop this one, that's good. Okay, they disappear, which is not good, but I haven't handled those scenarios yet. So that is fine. Cool. So now we need to handle the reversing when you screw up, when a player screws up. So let's just fix these animations again here. Okay, and back to our progress meter. All right, and we'll get rid of all this loop stuff that we did that we don't want anymore, because that was complicating things anyway. All right. So this is where we need to have some kind of nice, okay, so diff will be negative sometimes. Yeah, I don't even really want to mess around with this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Apply. Animate bubbles. Oops. Animate bubbles. And we're going to say actually, yeah, let's just do it the quick and dirty way right here first. So move this down. Yes, and we need to pass the ID and the first bubble ID. And we will say new target bubble ID. And we'll put that there, and first bubble ID can be right there. Okay. And then now here we call animate bubbles, and we pass ID, and we pass first bubble ID, which we don't need in a variable anymore. Actually, we can just do that. Great. That should be fine. So this would be if diff is greater than 0. else diff will be negative. Was I doing else if before with that? Yeah, actually, I think I do need to do an else if diff is less than 0. Or was I doing diff equals 1? We do diff equals 1 is fine. All right. We'll get to something more exciting here in a bit. At least I think. Actually, no. Today we don't really have anything exciting to do. Well, this stuff's kind of exciting. All right, and then this loop. So we have the same thing except this will be let I equal we just need to loop as many times as we went backwards. So we want to do const abs diff equals math.abs diff. So just converting our negative to a positive there. And then that's how many times we want to loop. So then we can just do for let I equals 0, I is less than abs diff. Yeah, because it'll be 1, or it might be negative, it might be 2, it might be 3. Yes, because we don't use I for anything. Actually, we're just looping that many times. Yes. All right, so we'll see how this works. According to what I think, it should work when we unwind. Nope. Animate bubbles is not defined. Well, I guess I... Oh, yeah. Yes, this dot animate bubbles. There we go. Okay. Nice. Okay, so when we mess up, we go back just fine. Looks good. No, it doesn't look good, because pink doesn't go anywhere. Blue goes somewhere, but pink doesn't. Okay, so let's go. Let's try it again from the top just to see. And let's slow down our animations again, just to see what we've got. Yeah, so we definitely have some sort of issue with the bubbles are not quite all animating back properly. So when we advance, that looks great. We mess up, that looks good. Orange, pop, let's just make sure it looks good again. Orange fades out exactly like it comes in, right? Boom, boom. If we do it right in the middle, boom, boom. We interrupt the animation in the middle, it still works, right? Fantastic. But if we pop another one, yeah, let's pop the correct one here. That looks good, but then if we undo, if we release the mouse, green didn't go anywhere. Okay, and I know why. We do 2. We release. Red did not go anywhere there. Okay. So that's kind of weird. Why would it not? I correctly set up the maybe I was talking before and didn't actually do this last step. No. Nav bubble props. Push. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it definitely works. It definitely works because we can test it in this one scenario and it works fine, right? So we know I've got the right property because blue comes up or whatever, that little gray blue, and then it goes back. It animates back. So we know that that's working just fine. Or we know that we have the right properties, the right values that the animation should be moving to, that bubble should be moving to. But we're just, once we pop 2, that pink one there is getting skipped. That magenta one is getting skipped. So like we pop 2, like it goes blue, you know, these top 4 bubbles on the side, on the right side there, go back to all their right positions. But red does not. So that means it's getting skipped for some reason. Aragorn Skywalker. Welcome, brother. Yeah, it is a good morning. Yeah, and then when we pop forward, we really got a problem. So this looks good. This looks good. But then we go back. Green doesn't go anywhere, but it's hidden. And then when we pop purple again, then it goes back to the right position. There. That's funny. Okay. So we definitely have a problem where we're not hitting that last bubble in our loop here at the end. So we do animate bubbles. We're not looping for long enough, which doesn't make sense because we're just looping over our nav bubble props length, which should be, as per our current example here, should be 8 things here. 0 all the way up to 7. So we should have 8 things. So we should loop 8 times. And we should be hitting this one, unpopped 2. In the case here, so if I go here, here, green, that little green one on the bottom there should be unpopped 2. And we loop all the way. Well, wait a minute, though. No, at the time... Yeah. The array should shift up and then unpopped hidden. I got an idea here. Just to help me out here, let's create a nav IDs const nav IDs equals an array, and then I'm going to nav whoops. Well, okay, so we should be looping for every one of our given properties, right? Because we need to, after something changes, either the player pops a bubble or the player messes up, and therefore we're going back a certain number of bubbles. We're going back either 1, 2, or 3 bubbles in our case, where 4 bubbles is a checkpoint. we should be looping for each one of these properties and reassigning these properties to a bubble. But the issue seems to be for so it works great with 1. Works great when we go back 1. So once again, I didn't fart. It was my chair. You probably heard the squeak. You probably hear the fart. I mean the squeak. Well, let's just grab all the IDs, the bubble IDs for each of these positions. So let's just, well, I should just call this bub IDs, but I'll call it nav IDs for right now. So we want to just do, we want to put the bubble ID, BID, in this array, and then once I'm done with this loop, I'll just print this array because I just want to, because after the first run, that's not what I want. Nav IDs. After one run, everything works. After we mess up with just popping only one bubble, everything works. And then nav IDs should look kosher. So if we pop 1, so we can see that it was -3, -2, -1, 0. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now if we release, we should see -4. So now these are the bubble IDs, which bubble IDs -4, -3, -2, -1 don't exist. It starts with 0. But we can see that when we popped the first bubble, 0. So this 8-element array, the positions here match what these positions are here, right? So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Each element going this way would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then inside of that is the bubble IDs that should be getting these properties. So purple is bubble 0. So when we pop bubble 0, we can see it goes into position 3 here of this array, which is popped 3. So when we pop it, we can see it goes into its little shriveled state, which is popped 3. And that's correct. We see it at index 3 there. But then, so that was when we popped it. And then when I release the mouse, we can see it goes back to unpopped 0, position 4, right? We get shifted on these bubbles here. Negative bubbles, the IDs don't exist, but we handle that in that loop. So that is good so far. So now when so I'll pop a bubble. We know that one's good. If I pop another one, we know that's good too. We can see, I'm not going to point with the cursor because that would reset, but you can see that bottom array that got printed there is -2, -1, and then we have 0, 1, which represents purple and blue, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. Green is 2, 3, orange. The whatever green down here is 4, and then 5 represents the first invisible bubble. So now when I release the mouse, we should print 2 arrays because we're going back 2 bubbles. Okay, so we printed 2 arrays, and they're the exact same. So that's the problem. So we've skipped bubble 4 there. That's exactly what we are seeing on screen then. So yes, we went instantly. This is the problem. This first array here should not have -4, -3, -2, -1, 0. It should have, because this should go from -2, there to -3, blah, 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 then this one should be -4. So this bottom one is correct, but this middle one is wrong. And that should be pretty easy to figure out why that's wrong. So that means our... Oh. Nav bubble prop offset. Oh no, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. Okay, no. So that loop, this loop is correct to handle this, but the animate bubbles needs to be updating. Yeah, because let's just, right before we print the array, let's print the, console.log, this.nav bubble props offset. So if we print that, we should see that that is correct. The problem is we're not using it. So here, -4, -3, then we release. Oh. Actually, wait a minute. That's supposed to go. In this case, nav's props offset's supposed to go negative there. Okay, so that should be going negative, but we're not using it anyway, which is the problem. Yep, so then okay, that's good. So now I think that is correct, but we are not using this nav bubble props offset at all, which we need to be using. So somehow at some point in time I decided, oh yeah, we don't actually need that, but we do. We definitely do need that. So now that this should be handling everything properly. We need to move. It doesn't matter in the case of going forward. Now, wait a minute. Why? Now I've got something kind of interesting here. Oh, we don't use it anymore because we know, oops. We don't use it anymore because we know what the offset is always ID minus the checkpoint interval. It's always the current ID minus the checkpoint interval. So that nav bubble props offset, we don't need that anymore. Oh, yes. In this case here, I need to be doing, yeah, so what the problem is, so we should be looping, in fact, this, we don't loop. We We only loop if diff is less than 0, if diff is negative, because it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be 5 if we had that many bubbles in a checkpoint. LFFB, I'm back. Was eating lunch. Well, welcome back. How was lunch? Speaking of lunch, I need to at least grab something to chow down on in a bit here. My stomach was grumbling a little bit here. Don't worry, though. You didn't miss much. Yeah, I'm pretty hungry, too, right now. But I want to get this. I want to finish this. This whole stream today has just been not very exciting at all. It's going less smoothly than I thought it would be, too, which always makes it. I thought it would be more straightforward. But I was getting cocky, you know. I was like, oh, I came up with this great new little system here. This is going to solve all my problems. And it's actually, I mean, it is the better way to do this than I had been doing it previously, but it's more work than I thought. Well, maybe not more work, but it's taking me a little longer than I thought. So yeah, so we don't need to loop for when we just push forward one bubble. I had that loop in there because that was going to be for future cases. Or that was going to be for combining these two together, which... Oh, I can do it. I can do it that way now. Maybe. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, but something needs to change. Where this, okay, so this is where we need to fix it for the negative ones, for going -2. Because the problem is this is the first bubble ID, but that first bubble ID needs to shift. So it needs to be ID. Okay, so it's ID minus the checkpoint interval. But if we're going, so ID is always going to be, the ID coming in from the marathon needs to be this one. So that way we can always say the first bubble we need to look at is going to be offset from our new target bubble ID that comes in. So we need to go back this many, which is always going to be config.marathon.checkpoint interval, right? So there's 4 bubbles per checkpoint. So we need to go back to this here. So like if bubble 5 is the first bubble we're popping, actually that doesn't make sense. If bubble 3 is the first bubble we're popping, we need to go all the way back to bubble 2, 1, 0, -1, right? There is no -1 bubble, but that's the, my speaker's just turned off again. There we go. So I can hear my notifications. All right. So I think as we're going, this whole thing needs to be shifting. LFFB, we'll see ya. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out and the follow and everything. I appreciate it. And the suggestions. You gave me some good ideas for the future, so. Beckity says, I'm going to Walmart. I'll be back soon. Okay. Sounds good. Beckity is upstairs. She's going to Walmart. All right.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Love you. All right. So So this thing needs to be shifting back, right? Yeah, if we go negative, if we're going positive, it's sliding forward. And it's sliding back if we go negative. So our ID is fine minus that is fine. But then it's always going to be somewhat related to I, minus or plus. I is going to increment. So we should go, the first bubble ID should be, first bubble ID should be, if we're going back, first bubble ID, it's going back one. So then it would be, it's either plus I or minus I, and I can't think of it in my head here. So we'll just try, we'll try this. Okay. Maybe I'm getting this wrong here. If it's sliding backwards, the first bubble ID would need to be maybe I need to do ID minus checkpoint interval minus I. No, we're going to say const first bubble ID is going to equal this. And then it's going to be first bubble ID. First bubble ID minus I. Yes. So that's good. Good. See how this ends up. Minus. Why isn't that? First bubble ID. Yeah, it should be minus I. So we're like offsetting it further. And this isn't getting used anymore, right? Oh, whoops, sorry, bumping them. Bumping the mic. All right. So that works just fine. We pop 2, and also that works great, but then oh, we didn't like, oh, I know what it is. So it needs to be first bubble ID. It needs to be minus, but it needs to be I minus, whoops, minus I plus 1. No, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, that's, yeah, that's going to screw everything up. Okay. Oh, because the ID that comes in is the new, that's the problem. So the first bubble ID needs to equal yeah, it needs to be, wow, this is tricky. Trickier than I thought it would be. Yeah, I set up this nav bubble props offset thing to help for this exact scenario. But so this nav bubble props offset should be incrementing every. Let's just throw that up here the way we had been doing it before. So it should be incrementing from the start, but then we stopped using it here. Now we're doing this calculation ID minus config.marathon checkpoint interval. But nav bubble prop offset, which would starts as that, so -4. So as it increments, we would do ID, so it would increment to -3, and then our first bubble would be -3. It would just be this. Let's just make sure I'm not crazy. So for going forward, oh boy. Yeah, so for going forward, this works just fine. All right, so our nav is incrementing and everything. Now that's all screwed up. Okay, so that's correct. So then I should just do the same thing here. Same exact thing. And that should be exactly what we want. Yes. That's exactly what we want. So we do 1. That works. We do 2. And then these 2 bottom green ones should fade to nothing. Exactly. All right. So I got rid of a component of it that I stopped using this nav bubbles props offset, but last night when I came up with this idea, I was like, I need to have that to keep track of where I am. And I got rid of it stupidly. And that just caused me a bunch more difficulty. So now we can get rid of this. We could potentially get rid of this if statement here, but I would need to know yeah, I could just do that too. Yeah, we could just do this. So I can get rid of this if statement, or I can get rid of this animate bubbles function, which I'm a fan of. So I can get rid of that. So we can just clean up a bunch of this stuff here. That was the right thing, right? All right, so just clean up some of this code. I can get rid of this function now. I can move this loop just back up into here. So we would say this if statement now I could just use to say if diff equals 1, else if diff is less than 0, diff is less than 0, and then I need to do like a variable. So nav constant needs to be let nav bubble props nav, I'll just say nav offset inc equal doesn't equal anything, and if diff is 1, nav offset inc equals 1, else nav offset inc equals -1, and then we would have like this section here. Get rid of this. And then this nav props offset would just be plus equals nav offset inc. That's all we need. And then we would move all of this code up inside of that for loop. This can go away. And then we've got new target bubble ID, which should just equal ID. And we should have first bubble ID, which is just going to equal this dot nav props offset. We'll get rid of that because the function doesn't exist anymore. Okay, that should be it. Now we just have that into one. Nice little function here. So we just make sure we mess up, everything goes back to the way it's supposed to. Whoops. Perfect. All right. So now that's working the way it should be. And I want to probably just going to take a little quick snack lunch break right now, and then we'll be back. Be right back. Quick lunch break. Okay, so be back in a few. right. And we're back. Oh. Took my sweatshirt off because it was hot upstairs. But now that I'm back down in the basement, I remember why I have my sweatshirt on. So I might need to go get it in a minute. Now, looks like we got everything working now. Oops. Get rid of that for next time. So now, if we play, our animations should just work. Let's speed the animations back up because they're too slow now and it's annoying. The slowness is great for testing, but not for actually playing. So now, okay, we pop purple. There they go. Okay, so that's great. So they disappear after we go to a new checkpoint, which we want to fix exactly how that's implemented. But at least things are going forward and going back exactly as they should. Just do 1, there we go. We do 2, we're good. We do 3, we're good. We go back. So I like that. So let's do 2 things quick before we fix the bubbles fading out. Okay, so or the popped bubbles disappearing. Excuse me. I'm all gassy now because of this because of my seltzer water here. Okay. So I need a sweatshirt. It is kind of chilly. Be back in a sec. All right, we're back. I got my sweatshirt. It's cold in my basement, but upstairs it's warm. I mean, it's 72 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's been we've had kind of a cold snap here in Wisconsin. So my basement's been slowly getting colder. But upstairs it's pretty warm right now. So anyway, so we just shortened up our animations. We just tested everything. All of our stuff should be looking good. And if we do something crazy like, let's say let's bump our checkpoint interval up to 5 now. Haven't done that in a while. But everything should work just the same. Yep. Nice. Looks great. Well, that part doesn't look great, but that's what we're going to fix. Oh, in a minute. Awesome. We just keep going and going and going. And let's also make our bubble count 4. So now we'll have 4 bubbles on our progress bar here. Nice, nice, nice. That whole section's getting a little crowded, but everything is just working as it should be. Cool. Yes. All right. I like it. We'll change this back to 3, and then this checkpoint interval back to 4, though, for the time being. Yes, okay. Nice. All right. Okay, so first thing I'd like to do is see about it just kind of bothers me a little bit that we're doing this. We're setting these positions up here, the initial positions, because let me put a comment in here just for future reference. If bubble isn't initialized and isn't a popped uninitialized popped bubble, let's say popped bubble from previous checkpoint, or let's say from past checkpoint. Yes, okay, so that should just remind me what this little spiel is here, because that was the key thing we had to come up with earlier. So yeah, I'd like to not have this set up here. So, because if we recall, basically any new bubble hasn't been initialized. So when we start a new game, so we've got yellow, pink, and brown, right? And green would be the next bubble to appear once we pop yellow. But it hasn't been initialized yet, because the way the initialization of entities works is that's when their event handlers get set up. So then they listen. And entities that draw to the screen listen to the draw finished event so that they can know to start drawing after the last frame is finished. So basically, that's why we initialize these bubbles. We call .init on the bubble as they are appearing, because right now this game, the way I have it configured, I'm generating 100 bubbles, but I don't want all 100 of those bubbles to be listening to events. They need to be waiting, because if all 100 of them were listening to events, all 100 of them would be trying to draw to the screen. And even if I like made them invisible or something, I still wouldn't want them all listening to the event and running code on every time that event fires. So we are initializing the bubbles as we need them, as we need to show them here. The navigation bubbles here. So, like I was saying, green, well, obviously this green bubble is initialized, but the object that is represented over here in the navigation section is not. So it hasn't been initialized yet. But the problem, the reason why I have to set these positions first, because this set of code, these 3 lines here are setting the animation to positions, right? So it's assuming this bubble is in a state, is in a certain position, and of a certain size and a certain alpha value. And then we are throwing in the new properties of which they should be animating to, right? The new Y position, the new radius, the new alpha value. So that's good, and that applies for all the other bubbles. But the thing is, for the bubbles that haven't been initialized yet, we need to initialize them. But then we also need to set their original positions first, which I'd like to avoid doing this if I can. I'd like to set these all up in those with those initial positions when they are originally created. Because I think the only thing that's different right now is the Y position. I think I'm initializing at 0. At Y equals 0, which would be up here at the top of the screen. So it's like right before the bubbles initialize, and then we set the position of Y down to like here, right where it's supposed to be. And then it gets animated to here. So when we pop yellow, green was up at the top, invisibly, for a split sec. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not technically true, but its Y position was up here, and then we set it to the hidden prop Y, which is the hidden little bubble that should be here, and then we animate it up to this position where the brown is. So that's what happens when we pop yellow. So I'd like to see if I can just get this whole thing moved out for right now. And that would mean we go to our marathon creator method here. So we do, oh, yes, and I need to clean this up anyway. We can get rid of the old bubble props now. So let's actually go here. Thought I saw a little bug or something on my wall. All right, so we get rid of bubble props. We don't need bubble props anymore. And then we can, I'm gonna get rid of this whole old method now as well. Beautiful. Feels good to get rid of that. Okay. Yes, so we've replaced all our stuff, so now I'm gonna just clean stuff up. This we have to get to yet. All right, but this is just, this whole class is just looking a lot shorter now, and I like it. And you know what? I am going to nav offset inc diff. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Equals diff. Diff equals 1. 1 else negative 1. Okay, we can shrink that. Yeah, that is fine. Our marathon, okay, we got rid of that. Do we use this anymore? No, we don't use that anymore because that was part of the old one. If bubbles ever get, yeah, we don't use that anymore. So actually we can get rid of this property as well. This is great. We're shrinking a lot of stuff up here. Okay. And we might be getting rid of this animation too, actually. Okay. All right, we need to go to the creator and also get rid of bubble props from in here. So we have nav bubble props now only. All right, so let's make sure the code still works at this point. I didn't break anything with those changes. Yes, this is great. No errors or anything weird. Yes. Yeah, actually, that's gonna feel. Once we get animations going for when you get to a new checkpoint, that's gonna feel really good. I think. Right now it even feels like something's happening even without any animations. Right now, the bubbles that are in the last checkpoint, which would be yellow and up, just disappear instantly rather than some sort of animation. But that feels pretty good with that. Oh. Okay. Awesome. So we didn't break anything with cleaning up the old code, so that's good. So we can get rid of bubble props. So we get rid of this. We get rid of this. Just trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not using these properties somewhere. Like here, I'm going to need to fix this and replace this because I'm using this variable, and I am actually, this was an old variable that I feel like I should figure out a better way to do that. So let's just get rid of it. We can get rid of this line. And then oh, you know what we could do? No, we can't do that. No, we can't. I've got another way we can clean this up, make this look a little nicer, or just make it more clear to read. Go back and read, because what I'm doing works, but it's from a readability standpoint, it's just kind of dumb. I just did it quickly the other day. So we can get rid of, well, okay, let's do that right now. Prog bubble y pix. So this is fine, having this let this, but I'm going to make a const first. And we'll call it, what am I referring to these as? Unpopped. Okay. First unpopped bubble y pix. I know that's a really long variable name. So this is like a constant, like that doesn't change, right? We're referring to it absolutely here. And then these other ones are just kind of like more like incrementers. So like this could now, prog bubble y pix could start at, it starts at this, but then yeah, like we need, that's interesting. All right, so we can move this down for right now, and then this one can get moved way down to here, right? But then this let viz bubble 0y can equal this first, finally first progress bubble y pose. Okay. Call that nav bubble y pix. Okay. And then we set that there. And just make sure everything still works. Yes. Actually, that would have all, well, oops. Yep. Okay, so everything's still working just fine. Oh, we got bubble props again. But now, okay, so this shouldn't be bubble props visible 0. It should be calculate visible. Oh, it would actually be nav bubble props 0. Yes. So we could get rid of this. Okay, let's just make sure I didn't undo something bad there. Yes, that looks good. Nice. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'm all out. All right, that's whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice, nice. All right, so we're looking pretty good there. We now, I would rather do I'd rather just make this like, oh, actually I need it down there too. Yeah, that's all just kind of a mess. But it's better than it was. Well, this one should get renamed to like, not Viz Bubble 0y. It should be like, oh, this can be, the let can be down here now. And then this would just be that, like that. Okay, so that's at least slightly better there. And this should just be like, unpopped y pix or something, viz bub y. Okay. Make sure I didn't break anything. Okay. Whoops. Okay. All right. Very good. So the other thing, well, there's a little bit more I think we can clean up. We have bubble props. bubble props. Oh, there, we're done. We're not using it anymore. Awesome. All right, so we are looking pretty good there now. So as far as cleanup, I think we're looking pretty good. I do still, like we were saying, I want to get these. I'd like to maybe just assign these these properties at the time the object is instantiated, and rather than at this initialization time. Just, I don't know. It's just bothering me. It's not one of those things that, well, I'm going to see what it takes. If it ends up being like I have to create this extra loop, then it might be not worth it. Okay, so that's okay, so that's what this is at the end here. Nav bubble props. And up here, we're actually editing the progress meter bubbles. We're setting the positions of the first 3. So we could almost, you know what? I'm just going to leave it because radius. Hang on a second here. Hi, what's up? Oh, right here. Yeah, no problem. Bye. Okay, so I'm gonna, the thing is, it's gonna be kind of nasty to, 'cause this is the loop that determines what that next position would be. So it's almost like I would have to, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it. It's not worth like screwing around with. First set initial hidden props to new bubble. Okay. All right. So what we're going to work on now is this. Oops. When I pop this bubble, we made it to a new checkpoint, right? So when we go to a new checkpoint, rather than, like right now, these bubbles just get uninitialized right away. So you'll see blue fade up nicely, but brown and the 4 little bubbles above are just going to disappear into nothingness instantly. What I want to happen is have that bubble. So I'd like to have the last bubble of the checkpoint get small, just like the others, and fade up like that. But then I'd like them all to like fade off, swipe off the screen really fast or something, to kind of show the player, oh, yeah, I made it to the next checkpoint, right? That would be great. So oh. Oh, that's not the right one. All right. All right, I'm done playing for now. I just felt like it. Okay, so what we have happening is we have this method, destruct prev checkpoint bubbles, that gets called from the marathon. And that happens when the player properly pops a bubble and goes to the next checkpoint after popping a bubble, right? So normally we've got the progress meter.set target bubble ID. So that gets called in 3 potential places here, it looks like. Yeah, so we're calling it when the player screws up, which is what this cursor drag stopped is. So then we are going back to having the player go back to whatever the new target bubble ID is. And then we are, if the player pops the correct bubble, then we have them going forward 1. Oh, this is if the player popped the last bubble. So this is a special case. This is like the win state here. And then here is a normal, right? Yeah, because this is like the player wins, and then I have this function just return. I don't have anything really setting up a good like win scenario yet. So that's something we have to address. So we are calling the destruct prev checkpoint bubbles, and that's only happening in one spot here. So if the player hit a checkpoint, we calculate if that worked. So destruct bubbles and previous checkpoint. Okay, so this is the bubbles. This is the bubbles that the player's actually clicking and popping. And then progress meters keeping track of the bubbles to go back to. So what we need to do is somehow, so these, when the player pops the last bubble, that last bubble is getting destructed. Our last bubble here is getting destructed before we can even start the animations or anything for the next bubbles. So I'm kind of thinking we need to like let that last bubble animation finish, and then Yeah, because these things are kind of separate. So well, okay, we need to let that animation finish. Then we need to animate all of the last bubbles and have them fade out, if that makes sense. So we need to have oops. All right. Okay. Because we're relying on the marathon to just tell us when to destruct past bubbles, right? But maybe we could move that logic out of the marathon. Like the marathon doesn't have to tell the progress meter when to destruct its bubbles, because maybe we could just calculate that itself in the progress meter. Because right now, here's what's happening in the destruct pre-checkpoint bubbles array. So it just loops for all the bubbles that are supposed to be destructed. So we almost need like some way to let this one. Okay, so when I pop this one, we're going to the next checkpoint, and it's just going to get, they're all getting destroyed, right? So when I pop this one, we're going to the next checkpoint. But it would be nice if like maybe somehow this, when I pop this bubble, there's like an this bubble like gets an on elapsed set for its animation. And then when its animation finishes, then it knows like it needs to destruct everything afterwards. Like we could have bubble. Okay, so like there'd have to be like another little if in here, just like a little if that says if last bubble of checkpoint, you know, yeah, like maybe we could have like an if, okay, like let on on new checkpoint equals false, but if diff is greater than, if diff equals 1, meaning the player popped the bubble, and if diff equals 1 and we would do id mod config.checkpoint config.marathon.checkpoint interval equals 0, then on new checkpoint would equal true. So if we'd initialize this to false, but then if the player popped a bubble and the ID of the new bubble is a multiple of 4, we would be on a new checkpoint. So there we could know if we're on a new checkpoint. I could also actually just pass that in probably to set target bubble ID. Marathon. 'Cause I'd probably calculate that at some point. How could I know? Const on new checkpoint equals checkpoint rem false, or checkpoint rem. If that's 0, then true, else false. So then we could pass that here on new checkpoint. Otherwise, all of these would be false. Otherwise, false. False. On new checkpoint would be false. Yes, yes. This one might be true, maybe, if depending on, we'll see how we want to handle the end state, the end game animation kind of thing. So let's see here. This dot progress meter dot set target bubble ID. Okay, let me make sure I did this right. So checkpoint. That's if. This would be if checkpoint rem 0. Right? Yeah. Player popped a bubble. And we're going forward. Yes. Okay. So player popped a bubble and we're going forward. We're on a new checkpoint. Excellent. On new checkpoint, checkpoint rem. Cool. All right. So we should be passing this in as a variable now, and it should be accurate. So set target bubble ID. We also will now have an on new checkpoint variable. And now we don't need to calculate it here at all. because we will now know. So now where do we need to use that? Oh, if last bubble of checkpoint. There we would just now be checking if on new checkpoint. So all right, sorry there. Cleaning out some notifications. Okay. Ouch. That hurt. Slammed my hand on the mic stand. Okay, we're now passing on new checkpoint, but we only care about if we're on bubble, the first visible bubble of the, so if we're on bubble, if J equals, let's say if on new checkpoint and J equals config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. Right. On a new, this is kind of tricky. If on a new checkpoint, are these bubbles? Let's look at the bubbles quick here. Marathon progress bubble. All right. So if on a new checkpoint, and if on a new checkpoint in bubble was in last position, bubble was in oops. Oh, actually, this isn't going to be the right one here. This isn't the right bubble. is all incredibly fun stuff to stream, isn't it? All right, so if we're about to go to the new checkpoint, the problem is I am not looking at, I'm trying to figure out how do I check. I need to make sure I'm on the bubble that was just popped. So I need to make sure I'm talking to this bubble, that one there, when I pop it. And then making sure that, and we're going to have to set one of its animation things to make sure, one of its animation on elapsed methods, we're going to have to make sure that when that animation ends, we then fire off another function to animate all of those bubbles out. So, oh, wait a minute. We can know, what are we on? ID. So if we're on a new checkpoint and J equals, oh, and we would say BID. Yeah, we would say BID equals ID minus 1. Let's just say let's just do a prev bubble ID equals ID minus 1. So if the current bubble ID equals prev bubble ID. So then we need to set the onElapsed method of that bubble, right? So then we would say bubble dot move to bubble dot move to dot what do we have? A new method available to timers, right? We have a set on elapsed method. Yes. So we can call move, or wait a minute, is it called move to anim? Move anim, that's what it is. Move anim, whoa. Anim dot, do we have some actual properties on this now? Nope, okay. Move anim dot, this is an animation which extends a timer class. So we have a set on elapsed method where we can set the function that we want to run, a callback we want to run when the animation completes. So bubble.moveAnim.set on elapsed. Okay, so then we just need to pass a new function here. Or we need to do something. Or we need to do something that then here we could then destruct the bubbles. So previous checkpoint bubble ID is what I've been using to figure that out. Okay, so basically what we'd be doing here. So the bubble, like when we pop a bubble, let's just start it fresh. We pop this green bubble, right? It slides to that small little state, right? So what we'd be doing is when we pop a bubble that was the last bubble of the checkpoint. So when you pop it, the next bubble is a new checkpoint. We'd be setting a new function a new callback for the on elapse for when the animation completes. So basically, in the case of green here, it's not the last bubble of the checkpoint, so it doesn't matter. But basically, we'd be, for when we pop a bubble like that, and it's a bubble that was the last one in the checkpoint, we will fire a new callback when it finishes its shrink there. And then that new callback needs to fire another animation that would move all of the bubbles out. And we could kind of use, I was kind of working on that yesterday's stream. So I already set up for our marathon progress meter. Now we have an animation that fades out the little bubbles. Should fade out the little bubbles. And I know it was working kind of. It was working at least once. It didn't keep it, the resetting of it didn't work. That's what all this commented code is here. So here we should be setting, oh, well, here's one thing we can do to just make sure that I'm doing this part correctly here. We can just print something to the console, last bubble of checkpoint, and we should see it appear after the animation is complete. So if we pop a bubble, nothing, pop a bubble, nothing, pop a bubble, nothing. Okay. So now when we pop pink, we should see it shrink, and then when it hits its small point in size, we should see that console log there. Oh, no, because we're destructing them now. Okay, so let me just, all right, we're going to remove, okay, we'll keep this method here, but we're going to not call it from marathon. So we're not going to call this. Yes, just for right now, just temporarily. Okay, so we're here. When we pop green, we should see it shrink, and those bubbles aren't going to disappear now. And we should see a console log. Yes. Okay, and now it just keeps running last bubble of checkpoint, which we don't want. But actually, that's kind of fine for right now. Yeah, so now when we mess up, those bubbles stay there. We want them to destruct, of course, but at least now we can execute some more code after this animation finishes. So, because the problem before is you'd pop that last bubble of the checkpoint, and it wouldn't like animate. It would just, stay this size and then just disappear, which we don't want. We want to have we want to have that last bubble you pop shrink down, and then all four of them will disappear, right? That's what we want. And then they'll get destructed after that. So we can do, let's see, how can we handle this? Well, okay. Let's just use our animate let's just use the animation we've got in the progress meter right now, and then set that in here. So then we will, what do we need to do to get that going? Oh, I guess we need to do this, kind of launch this code here, actually. Basically. Right. Because what this will do, okay, so then after the bubble's final move animation completes, Then we will set the animation of this marathon progress meter to then update the color. We'll just have them all fade out to nothing. So we'll set the alpha value. And this animation is separate. This animation object is a member of our progress meter. This is not an animation on each bubble. Like the bubble has 3 animations: a moving animation, a sizing animation, a fading animation. But that is not what we're dealing with here. So now we need to correctly go loop over the progress, or over the bubbles. So it would need to be it would need to be this bubble ID. Yeah, it would need to be let I equal BID. Let I equal BID, and then I equal BID. We're going to have to tick down, right? Yes, because we're going to start at that bubble ID. Or wait a minute. Let's do... Okay, so it'd be 3 if we popped 3, but if we did... yeah, we need to do starts at bubble ID 3 and then ticks back 1, 2, 3 times. So it would be while I is greater than checkpoint interval minus 1. Oh, no, that's not right. That's not right. It would be BID minus checkpoint interval. While I is greater than BID minus the checkpoint interval, right? Because BID would be, the checkpoint interval would be, is 4. So BID minus 4, if it was 3, if we're on bubble 3 here, then we'd be 3 minus 4, -1, and while we're greater than -1, so then we'd only go down to 0. Yes, that is what we want. So I is greater than BID minus that. And I'll move that into a variable, I guess. Or we can just, yeah, we'll do const first BID. And that'll be this. Oh. That's not the first bubble ID. it would be first, this would be because it's while we're greater than the first bubble ID. We don't want first BID. Naming things. Why is naming things so hard? I don't get it. Because it's not the first bubble ID of our thing. It's the last. It's the one before the first one. First bubble ID. Bubble ID. We'll call it before ID. Okay, so then then this can just equal I. Okay. That should be good there. And then let's just do this. Just not do that part. And we just see if the animations work now. So we should, what we want to be seeing here now is once I pop the last bubble of the checkpoint, which will be this one, we want to see it fade and become small, or it shrink and become small. And then we should see all those 4 little bubbles fade out. Oops. No. Cannot read property color of undefined. Yeah, okay. So this is not good. This dot target bubbles ID. Are these getting Oh. They shouldn't be getting destructed. No, because it's saying they're undefined. So let's CLGI. All right. So there we go. And whoa. Oh. I know what I did wrong. It's supposed to be I minus equals. Okay. Pretend that never happened. I forgot. I had that loop going the other way, and I forgot to change it back. Okay, so now I pop this bubble. It should become small, and then the top 4 should fade out. Yeah, almost. Almost. Why did the last one not work? Actually, I think I remember having an issue with that. And bubble ID equals. Yeah, what in the world? Yeah, I think we were having a problem with this with this little loop and everything yesterday, but it's different now and it should be working, but maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I did something completely wrong. because it works except for the purple. Oh, and those ones are not actually destructed. That's right. Okay. And we need... these move animations, are they set to... All right, let's see what's going on here. Okay. Let's see if we can actually get these to destruct now. Well, why? Yeah, okay. Let's try to actually just get rid of these bubbles here. So we pop here, pop here, pop here. And when we pop this one, we're going up to the next checkpoint. So those 4, we want to see if we can actually destruct those. Now, I need to actually make them go away for good. So we could we can do basically the same exact thing that we're doing in this above loop. Minus equals. Make sure we do that, not plus equals. And then this would just be target bubbles I dot destruct. That's exactly what we want. Oh, we need to declare that variable there. And I want to just run, let's just run a little CLG and say, we don't need that. We just say destructing bubble, and then we'll just say I here. So we can see which bubbles we're destructing. So we should have 0, 1, whoops, if I can play my own game. We should have 0, 1, 2, and then we're going to pop bubble 3. And then we should see in the console there, destructing, all right, type destruction bubble. And then we should see a print for each. Okay, there we go, destruction bubble. You're supposed to say destructing bubble 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that worked. So when the animation finished, it worked. And I'm doing a print in the animation, which is dumb. So that's why we had a bunch of those. Beautiful. So that is actually working. Well, almost correct. Oh, wait a minute. I think, okay, so I'm going to pop pink. We're going to go to a new checkpoint. It should, the little pink bubble there should shrink, and we should see them fade out, right? But right now, for some reason, the animation isn't running for that one, but they're destructing properly, because you can see we pop this one, and then green's there, and then once that like animation completes, it like destructs. So it destructs, but it doesn't animate. That's weird, because this loop is literally the same thing. Am I not? Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna print the colors here, which is gonna just put a ton of stuff in our console. But I can at least, once the animation finishes, it'll be in there and I can inspect it a little bit. Whoops, that was dumb. Console.log. Okay, so I'm gonna print the color objects, and it's gonna for each bubble here, for each of the 4 bubbles that are supposed to be animating, right? So we pop this one, and then it's going to print a bunch of color objects there, and then destruct them at the end. Okay. So that's bizarre. Why? Oh. Let's try this here. Okay, let me print the alpha value and what the alpha value should be. And maybe I'm just not. Okay. Those are, yeah, see that those are all great. All right. Okay, that's the alpha and the, well, that's actually every time we see the print there to the console. Actually, we should see 4 duplicates. We should see 4. Oh, yeah, we do. There's the little 4 there. Duh. All right. I'm all out of my seltzer. It's kind of disappointing. I might go get another one because they're pretty tasty. Okay, so we are seeing the printing of the 4 there, which is good. And then the 4 of the same exact things. But I can tell you right now, I am not seeing. Okay, yeah, and then they just decide to switch to scientific notation, or the scientific notation there with the long decimal points, which is fine. But these would be 0, basically 0, right? And then finally we hit 0 at the end. So that should be the alpha value of all 4 bubbles. See that? That's what that number 4 is. All 4 of those bubbles that we have right here at the end. The green one there, those are animating and it works. But for some reason, that one's not actually animating. You know what? Watch this. Just for kicks. This is not going to be the solution. But let's do bubble. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, let's do bubble dot fade anim dot destruct. Watch this. 2, 3. Okay. Now it works. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're done for the day. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right. So I was... The problem is the Strike 3059 GG. Yeah, thanks. All right, I figured that out. Hang on, I'm gonna reward myself with a refill here. I'll be back. One second. All right. We got that. Okay. All right. So what was going on there, and I should have realized it sooner. We are animating. So part of what is happening with this new property system I have is basically here we have this bubble.move to, bubble.size to, bubble.fade to. So what was happening is this bubble dot fade to was getting set, and even though its alpha was already 1 because it was this big bubble and it's getting popped and it's shrinking, so really it's just its size and its position are just changing. Its alpha was still getting faded too, because this is just generic stuff that I already have set up for this new kind of system. So basically this fade to animation was still running, conflicting with the alpha, setting the alpha of this other animation. So yeah, so we ended up with this kind of weird thing. But now I'm just getting rid of that animation. I just destructed that animation object here. Which actually I might just do that. Anyway, I mean, I don't like exactly how complicated that's getting, but it might be the only way. Okay, so, and side thing, I don't even want, ironically, I don't even want that animation. Like, I don't want them to fade out. All right, let me get rid of these prints here. Don't need that anymore. Get out of here. Yeah, I don't want them to fade out. Let's change this animation also to like just 200 milliseconds. Let's see how that feels. Strike 3059. What is the goal of this project? It's a good question. The goal, well, it's a game. I mean, it's a game, and is that looking right there? Oh, I think it's just so fast. Make it 500 milliseconds. So the goal is, this is kind of just my first, like a reflex game. Yeah, yes, exactly. It's just kind of a quick little, yeah, very much like an aim trainer too. I mean, it's not, oh, I guess that's more of what you're getting at, is like, is that what it's supposed to be, like an aim trainer? I mean, I do like competitive arena first person shooters and stuff. I'm a big Quake fan, so maybe that's kind of what inspired me to have it kind of like this, where it's just kind of a quick little kind of like shooting the railgun in Quake, if you're familiar with that. But not exactly. I mean, my kind of bigger goal was like, I just would like a little kind of simple skill-based game like this, you know. And I like to see how far I can push it, and then, you know, I'm pushing towards kind of having a public release, like kind of a pre-alpha release of it relatively soon. I think I'm getting closer. I'm just kind of tweaking little things like animations and stuff like that right now. So that's kind of where I'm at. But actually, your game reminded me of an old aim trainer. Gotcha. Yeah, and I just saw the new Kovacs. What is it called? Kovacs aim trainer or whatever. Is it aim trainer or aim something? And I just aim booster. Gotcha. Gotcha, I see. Oh, it's Flash. Well, I don't have Flash, but I see what you're saying. I was just what I was saying about about Kovacs aim trainer is there's like a new one I think I saw on Steam that he's got. And he had something that looked very similar to this. Like it looked like little bubbles popping up or something. I just saw like the Steam video of it or whatever. I didn't really look at it. I've never used Kovacs stuff before either, but I'm just familiar with it a bit. But yeah, it wasn't directly supposed to be this wasn't directly supposed to be a kind of aim trainer or anything. Just kind of a little fun skill game. It's really, well, yeah, it's supposed to be just kind of simple. Something I can kind of use as a first kind of game project that I can get out publicly. But yeah, it actually ends up being very similar to kind of aiming stuff, because you're really, you know, trying to hit stuff accurately, whatever. I can't hit anything, but oh, wrong ones. There's not supposed to be really similar colors like that. They're not the exact same colors, but the colors are all random right now, so I need to fix that. Gotcha. The goal of this actually is I want it to be competitive, one-on-one, kind of like you're racing another person who's playing the exact same, you know, they're trying to pop the same exact bubbles. And I have all the competitive server side stuff set up and everything for a different game mode, but this specific style of the game, I don't have it running quite at this point. But we're pushing there. Okay, so all right, we got a problem with that animation now. Okay, so that worked. Then our next one doesn't work. And I'd rather that these, I don't know exactly what kind of animation I want to have on. Okay, so those ones go away. That's good. Oops. Oh. Okay. So the first time the animation works, but whoops. There, it doesn't work. Or it looks like it looked like it had that 500 millisecond delay maybe, but reset. All right, I'm going to get rid of this now. We do not need that anymore. And we don't need to call it from here anymore. To do, make sure these bubbles really get destructed. Okay. Note to self. Yeah, yes, that would be pretty cool. I guess you were talking about the one-on-one. Yeah, I hope it would be pretty cool. I mean, I've tested the one-on-one a little bit, but that part needs some more testing and everything, and with this new game mode, it will be different. Actually, IDK, if my English is good, I'm a French student, but I'll try to talk more English. No, it was fine. Pretty, I got you. I understand what you're saying. From France, huh? Oh. Okay. Destruction bow. Okay. Speaking of bad English, I put bad English in the console there. Destruction bubble. All right, so we know that that's working. I don't think I need that note anymore in the console. So as I can hear you use spacebar to shoot. Yes, right now actually basically any key will shoot. In fact, I noticed the other day my volume wheel is actually triggering triggers a keystroke, a bunch of them. That's why it's all red crazy like that. Yeah, and then it starts to. I've got some cleanup I need to do with that, but I've been using the spacebar. But yeah, any keys will work. Oop. So. Yeah, it's I gotta tweak some stuff. Well, it's in a browser, so the volume wheel triggers an event for the keyboard, a key down event, and I'm basically just checking for any key down event. Then I'm treating that as a key press for popping a bubble like that. So, yeah, I just have to, at some point, go in and tweak that. Yep, exactly. Yeah, in fact, I already have some stuff set up to do that, because there was one point in time where I was messing around with different keys to do different things. I was playing around with a version where actually, like, let's say you had your hands over ASDF or something, and when you would like drag the mouse over a bubble, you would, like, a letter would pop up, and then you had to like press the right letter. So like A, S, D, or F would pop up, and you had to hit the right one. So that was kind of a little experiment, but that ended up being kind of, I don't know, it didn't feel fun for me right away. But all of that was to say, yeah, I just need to check for the right ID, and it's not that big a deal. I'm just not worrying about it right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm still open for kind of like crazy ideas. I'm just kind of, right, yeah. For pro players, yeah. I mean, one of the things is I want to keep it kind of open for different tweaking things or maybe adding crazy things. But my goal, my kind of very short-term immediate goal is I want to get kind of the more or less the way the gameplay is right now. I want to get that up publicly so people could play, and if people, like yourself, you're just hanging out, you find my Twitch stream here, I'll have the link ready so you could just go try the game right then and there. So that's kind of my just goal for right now. So I'm not trying to make any crazy changes, just trying to make it good enough so that somebody could just pick it up and play. And not having 3 green bubbles like this that are that close in color is one of the things I need to fix before I go live with it. So So our animation is not resetting. Repeat on elapse. Oh, I guess I'm not. Thanks for the follow, Strike. I appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out in the chat and everything. You know what? Our animation is not resetting because I'm just not resetting it. Because reset on elapse is not the default behavior. So our animation repeat on elapse is set to false by default. So we can just do repeat on elapse. I need to make sure I'm using the right words here because I did not do that the other day. Destruct on elapse, repeat on elapse. Repeat on elapse. True. Strike. Yeah, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. That's kind of like my dedicated days to stream. So I kind of get started around like 9 a.m. my time. So that's Central Daylight Time currently. So in France, whatever that would be, 6 hours after that. So sometime in your afternoon, I guess. So usually the stream schedule should show up on my profile, I think. But it should be Mondays and Tuesdays. I usually will stream for like 5 hours, 5 or 6 hours. Mondays and Tuesdays, 9 a.m. CDT is about when I'll start, 9 or 10. And I usually will do a stream maybe on a Saturday or maybe in an evening for me during the week, like during Wednesday, potentially Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, whenever I have time. I don't know when I do those normally, but Mondays and Tuesdays are my days. But yeah, if you're heading out, have a good one. Thanks for again for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, I think the animation wasn't repeating itself because or resetting itself because that didn't work. That works. Then that. That one faded, but not the others. Okay. Well, thank you for hanging out. So we'll see you around Strike. Appreciate it. All right, so we are getting there. Oh. That I can't see why that would be happening. But I guess that's why we program. If you could do everything, you wouldn't program. So you wouldn't need, that's part of it, is not, things not working. That's why you're programming. Right? I don't know. Okay. So this loop works the first time. Because this is the bubble ID, right? Yeah, the current bubble ID that we're looping over. Oh, let's just do this. Let's CLG I. That'll be a nice little thing to do there. Oh, in fact, no, let's not do that. Let's do this. Nope. Const A equals, and then CLGA at the end there. Okay, so we're just going to push I. All right, so we're going to just print a bunch of arrays of all of our, which is kind of dumb. It's going to print for every time the animation runs. And then we want to do that again for this. We want to see what it says for the next 5 here. 7, 6, 5, 4. That's right. Oh, we have the same problem. We've got the same problem again here. The same problem that I just figured out with. We need to kill. We need to kill. We might as well destruct all the animations for each of these bubbles. Okay, so we're gonna do this dot target bubbles I dot fade anim dot destruct. We're gonna do fade anim size anim and move anim. Okay, so we're just gonna get rid of their animations because this thing's about to, as soon as this animation here finishes, then we're going to destruct each of these bubbles. But we might as well just kill all their animations right here, right now, so we don't have any conflicts with our nice new little system. So now, done. Okay, and I'm printing an array still for some reason. Now let's see what we got. Done. Looks good. Looks good. Done. Oh, that is working. All right. Except I don't like the alpha fade. I don't want that, actually. That needs to go away. Okay, so let's get rid of this little console log here. We don't want that. We don't want that. Get out of here. All right. So this thing's kind of nasty to look at, but I know what it's... I don't think I would have trouble understanding, again, what this is. So I feel like I don't need to really make it cleaner or something, if that makes sense. Okay, so when I'm going to say when the current popped bubble finishes its animation, it does not have an apostrophe, then we're going to animate each bubble out of the last checkpoint. And then we're going to destruct each bubble of the last checkpoint. Okay. Cool. Now, the one thing I don't want to do, I'd like to have them maybe swipe up to the top. Because right now, just for kicks, just for like testing, I just added the little fade out. But I'd rather them like actually swipe out, I think. So more like that. Or yeah, I don't want the fade. Whoops. Oh. Ah. Ugh. That one. That one, that one, that one. Oh, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one. Oh, oh, oh. All right. I won't keep playing. So I'd rather, this is where things are going to get a little weird. So I'd rather them like fade out. When I pop that, right now they're just fading out, but I'd rather them like actually swipe out, I think. The problem is I need to like somehow know the position of that bottom one. Oh, which I actually should. Yes, but I'm going to take a bathroom break quick. So don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so we can animate out. Yeah, that's actually feeling pretty good, but yeah, I'd rather have a little more movement there than them just like fade out in color. Because it's like I'm not really noticing when we go to a new checkpoint. I want there to be like a harder visual thing telling me new checkpoint. Oh. Yeah. So let's actually animate them out to the side. I want to just see what it looks like going out to the side. That would be that wouldn't be super optimal, but well, I'm just going to do it a little hacky way, but I just want to see how it feels with them going out to the side. I'm just going to take advantage of my current screen size being this way and just say like animate, 100 pixels or something over, something like that. So instead of this, where we're setting the color, we're doing an alpha value thing. We want to do this dot pose dot x equals val. Okay, that's what we want to do. But we need to actually set our start and end values in the animation, because these are currently, set up for the alpha, right? Because you start at an alpha value of 1, which would mean you're completely opaque, and then they fade, those bubbles were fading out. So they'd have an end value of 0, because their alpha value would then get set to 0, which would just mean they're invisible at that point in time. So we want to make this, oh boy, we don't know what the start value is. That's okay, we don't actually need it. What happens if I don't pass a start value to an animation? Oh. Well, we can leave it like this then, but we just need to set it. We can leave it at 1 and 0 for the start and end, but we just need to make sure we call. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, on elapsed, we just need to make sure we do this dot anim dot set. Oh, reset values is the reset values, and we just need to make sure we use bubble dot pose dot x, so the current x position of our bubble, and then we want to just do bubble dot pose dot x plus 100. That would probably put us right off screen. Maybe that's about 100 pixels. Well, let's give it a shot and see what it looks like here. And again, I'm just doing this really nastily for testing. Cannot read property x of undefined. Oh, because I put pox instead of pose. I've actually done that a lot more than, for some reason, when I've tried to do pose.x, I've ended up with pox. I don't know why. Ugh, these screens. Forget it. Not even trying. Okay. Okay, so it's got to be more than that, but that's the right idea. So let's do 200. Oops, 2,000. That wouldn't look good. All right, so there, and then whoa, they fade right. They slide right out there. And that what equation are we using? We're doing the inverse, the inverted t cubed, which I don't think we want. Equals 1 minus x to the 1. Wait a minute. I forget what this is. 1 minus x. What is it again? Oh, then to the power of 1 minus 1 minus x cubed. That's what it is. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's too yeah, that isn't what we want. Oops. Because the alternative would be, we'd want something more like y equals x cubed. Well, let's just make it x squared. T equals tt. All right. Oops. Leave. It's too slow now. Isn't it like 500 milliseconds? Let's make it 300. Okay. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Yes, I like that. Whoops. That's not bad, except these blues are bad. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's like you're popping them up there and then they're fading off into nothing, right? Whoops. So we can have like some sounds and everything, like bing, you made it to the next checkpoint, you know? Or like maybe some voiceover or something. Checkpoint. New checkpoint. I might do it. We'll see. Because that might be even just a notification of going like an audio, more of an audio thing, like an audible hearing something might even be better, because your eyes are just like so focused on what's going on here that like audio cues might even be way more beneficial than visual cues, you know, for like less important things, right? Like just playing the game is kind of the most important thing. Just popping the bubbles in the right order. Whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yep, and then you pop the last one and nothing happens yet. The destruct doesn't fire on the last one, so wow, I went all the way to 100 there. That was 100 bubbles. Just wasted everyone's time. All 2 viewers. All right. So Oh, yeah, this isn't good enough because I need to actually do it real, because now if I do this, if the screen's really wide, the bubbles just, they don't actually go anywhere. Or they could, maybe they could fade out that way and their alpha could fade too. I don't know. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see where we're going here. What are we doing here? Oh, 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 oh. Let's maybe make this, let's make the indicator better. This indicator. Actually, there's a couple other things we need to do first. We need, let's fix this animation. Let's have it slide up. Let's have it slide up and out. That would be better than this way. Because this way I can just say slide up to 0, whatever. Yeah, that would be better. So okay. Hang on a second here. I'll BRB real quick. All right, I am back. So okay. All right. Trying to figure out what I need to do. So let's make this smaller again here. Let me shrink it up actually. I'm gonna feel how it, I'm gonna see how it feels kind of tinier. Oops. Yeah, I gotta get rid of the mouse. I gotta get rid of the mouse dragging. It's not super intuitive. It's more annoying than anything. So that's something I need to get rid of. Okay. So let's fix this animation setup here. So I'd like to have everything fade to 0. So that would mean we need to fade to the position of bubble. All right, so we could just have each of them fade to 0. Let's just try that. Let's just make this bubble Y and then 0 and then val. It would be bubble Y equals val. Let's just see how that is quickly. Oops. That's not right. Oh, they all moved. They all moved to the Y position of that. Okay, okay. Ah, this is tricky now. How I want to do this. Because I have one animation where I'm trying to animate all of those bubbles. Because I have one animation now it's not the move animation that belongs to each bubble, like that goes along, that makes them move this way. They each have their own individual animations doing that, right? But this time it's not that case. It's a separate individual animation moving all those bubbles out as it goes. So, nope. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's tricky because I need to figure out, because basically their Y positions. Yeah, because it's going from. They all shared the same X value. So animating them along X was fine. But they all have their own individual Y values, so I can't set them to the same. Man. Now this is kind of like. Having one animation animate multiple things is kind of tricky. I might think about extending my animation class to like allow you to like use one animation like object but like calculate out multiple values. So you could have like, so you would still use one on tick, I guess. You'd still have like one on tick function and everything, but it would at least calculate out. So like you could animate, if you wanted to animate the size of something and the alpha of something, like the indicator is a good example that where that might be a good idea. Because right now it's like the indicator, I think there's a growing animation and a animation for the growing the size of that circle ring there. There's an animation for that, and there's a separate animation for the color fading out to nothing, I think. Yeah, there's a size anim and a fade anim. And that is strictly because, and they're both 600 milliseconds. They're actually two different equations. But they are, actually, I think I'm going to change that back to the linear one because Weemy had that one in the chat, but I think I'm going to change it back to a linear. Sorry, Weemy. Oops. All right. Okay, so there we go. Okay, I'm saving the equation for later, but all right. Yeah, so the linear is a little slower on the get-go, at least. Yeah, but we'll see. So some stuff's got to change with that anyway. Let me go. Wait a minute. Why is that still? Didn't I comment that out? Okay. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to the alpha fading one. Let's just see how this looks again. Oops. Because this one honestly is like, it's less work for me to like figure out. It works, but it's like, I don't know if it's, alright, no, the angle I'm sitting, that's why I can't play. Excuses. Alright, there we go. Nice. Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm thinking hard here. Coming up on 6 hours here. Alright, let's see. Wrong one. Alright. Might be time to wrap up the stream here soon. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about what I might want to do here. Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff running through my head right now because I kind of want to, well, I want to finish this animation thing, but at the same time, I'm kind of tired of it right now. So I want to figure out, you know, like, I like the way it felt. I really like the way it felt when we were doing the X value thing. So we were just having it fade off screen, so it was like, oops, X, pose X, and then this was, oh, we weren't doing this, right? Oh, nope, yeah, we were, okay. Oh yeah, bubble dot pose dot X plus, we did 200, right? Something like that. So it would animate kind of, they'd like fill up and then, whoops, and then they would slide off. It looks kind of funny. It's kind of cute, actually. As weird as that sounds. So yeah, it would be nice to have, yeah, I think sound is actually going to be more important for that kind of stuff. Because you're just so focused on trying to play fast. Like, just having other things happen on screen just doesn't seem like that good of an idea. So I need to fix that. Another thing I need to fix is the size of those circles, of the little circles, once you pop the bubble. Those sizes there are actually not using... they're not currently based off of the, so like if we play, yeah, if we like scale everything up here, oh boy, all these greens. If we scaled everything up there, oh. Anyway, what I was saying is if you scaled everything up, the bubbles are really tiny there, right? But if you make everything small, the bubbles aren't that much smaller, right? So I want them to be about that size that they are. I like these relative proportions, right? So what we need to do is print the radius of that, of those sizes. So let's do a, I'm going to print, when we set that up, I want to print this dot nav bubble props. Okay. So we set that, we do it, F12, there we go. All right, so I got an array of 8 things. So these all should have the same radius. They're just set to a radius of 10 pixels. It's not a computed. It's not. I just hard coded 10 pixels. So that's just yeah. What we want is like a percentage off of a certain circle. So I actually like this relative scale right now. I like the size of the green compared to the pink right there. Oh, the mouse cursor is all messed up because we've got the zoom and everything there. Don't worry about it. So I like that. So I'm going to do this relative scale here would be 10 pixels to 38. I'll just round that down to 38. So I want it to be 10 divided by 38%. So 26%. Yeah, I could just round that down to 26%. So let's fix that right now, because I kind of know how to do that. Where's our config here? Do I have a bubble radius units 175? Yeah, that's the progress meter. Bubble radius units. And then we want popped. Okay, so let's calculate that. So we want now a value called popped bubble radius units to equal, and we'll just do 175. Actually, maybe I should just do it in pixels. There's not really any reason to do it in popped bubble radius pixel percentage, pix percentage. Pix percentage of popped bubble radius pix. Whatever, I don't care. 26. Let's just do 25. And then, well, then it's not, the percentage is, it doesn't have to be pixels. So then we're just going to take whatever the pixel value is of the first bubble and set that for all of the, okay, where is our popped? Where are the popped nav bubbles? Calculate popped bubble props. Yeah, so here's where I'm doing this 10. And then const r is going to equal config dot marathon dot progress meter dot popped bubble radius perk times it's got to be times the radius of this one, which is going to be nav bubble props config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. That's right. Nav props dot checkpoint interval dot r. Yes. Okay. And then that is going to be our R for this, so we can do that. And we also want, now this is going to be, instead of, this is going to be R times 2. Because I just had those values hard-coded before. So now if we do marathon practice, I got a problem somewhere. Cannot read property R of undefined. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Unpopped Y pix. Let unpopped R first R equal that's what we're gonna have to do, and then instead of that. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that should do that. Yep, that looks pretty good. Pretty good. So now if we go supersize, yep, we got it. So now they are still small, but it's relatively small, not. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good enough for now, for today. I will be back at some point. Yeah, back at some point to do more. But otherwise, stuff is starting to shape up a little bit. We're starting to have nice animations on stuff, and gameplay's feeling pretty good. I definitely need to tweak a few things, a few major things. We also need to add like our navigation, our real progress meter. I'm going to call this the navigation thing now. And then we're going to need like a real progress meter that's showing like you going checkpoint to checkpoint to checkpoint, you know, and like your overall progress, like of how many of the bubbles you've popped and everything. Basically showing you your like little, it's like your little mini map, like in a race, you know, in a racing game, you know, kind of like that. Like here's where you started, here's where you ended, right? Except it would just be a straight line. So we need to add that. I want to fix the mouse stuff. But otherwise, stuff's looking pretty good so far. I'll have to fix that animation later when I'm feeling like it. But otherwise, we are doing pretty good. So I think for now, we're signing off. So until next time, perhaps maybe a Saturday stream coming up. But otherwise, for sure, back on Monday. So everyone have a good night. Thanks for watching.